workshop on adoption of inclusive education toolkit to improve accessibility in Indian education institutes. The event is organized by Nottingham Trent University, UK, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia, and Amity Cognitive Computing and Brain Informatics Center, Amity University, Rajasthan. For the event, we have blessings of our beloved Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, and good wishes from respected Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, Dr. Asim Chauhan. The session is graced by our dynamic and motivating leaders and patrons for the two-day workshop. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, Professor Dr. Amit Jain, sir. A warm welcome to you, sir. And Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, Professor Dr. G.K. Aseri, sir. Welcome, sir. I warmly welcome Professor S.L. Kothari, sir, Vice President STIF, and I welcome Professor Kanad Ray, Director ACCBI. Welcome, sir. We are privileged to welcome our organizers and honored guest from Nottingham Trent University, UK, Professor David Brown. I warmly welcome the organizer and esteemed guest, Professor Mufti Mahmood from Saudi Arabia. I also welcome the distinguished guest, Mr. Nicholas Choplin, Research Fellow from Nottingham Trent University, UK. I welcome the Dean Directors, all the participants and research scholars to the inaugural ceremony, to the 2 days international workshop on adoption of inclusive education toolkit to improve accessibility in Indian education institutes. As our esteemed guests and participants are visiting the lush green, sustainable and vibrant campus of Amity University, Rajasthan for the first time, let me take a moment to show you glimpses of the beautiful campus. IT, please play the video. Really? That is so. तो बोल देगा आपको बोला आपको मजा तुरंत लो कौन नहीं अभी विवेक बोल रहा है Thank you, YT team. Hosting in person is always a delight and a different experience. May I request our dignitaries to felicitate our organizers for the workshop? May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to please felicitate and present a memento to Professor David Brown. Thank you, sir. Warm welcome, Professor David Brown, to Amity University, Rajasthan. May I request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor G.K. Aseri, sir, to felicitate and present a memento to Professor Mufti Mahmood. Thank you, sir. Warm welcome to Amity University, Rajasthan. May I request Vice President STF, Professor S.L. Kothari, sir, to welcome and present a memento to Mr. Nicholas Shopton from NTU, UK. Thank you, sir. Warm welcome to Amity University, Rajasthan. So, better to sit here. May I now request Professor Kanad Ray, Director ACCBI, Amity University, Rajasthan, and Professor of Applied Physics at Amity School of Applied Sciences, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, one and all. It is my privilege to welcome you in this two-day workshop here. As already you have heard of this MIT Cognitive Computing and Brain Informatics Center, it is co-hosting with NTU UK and KFPU of Saudi Arabia. Little bit about the center I would like to put on. That is, this center has been established 2 years back, which is one interdisciplinary center in collaboration with NTU UK, and also an MU is going on, active MU. So we often have professors from NTU visiting our center and Amity University, deliver some lectures and seminars and workshop. So this center is basically one interdisciplinary one, which is going for some kind of research, interdisciplinary research, to address some of the leading problems, regarding our life also, which is again amalgamation of all the, different sciences: physics, chemistry, computer science, electronics engineering, physiology, cognitive science, psychology. So all of them together. So we are trying to address some of these major problems of life and to seek some solution. So basically, this center is having some collaboration with also other institutes, other universities from abroad, and we are going for this kind of health informatics, different type of problem solving cases where we could collaborate. This inclusive education workshop is meant for somebody, some of the students who are in a similar, in the same classroom, being at, attending the same classroom, and they are having some background, different, say, disability. So they would be addressed by the same teacher with some inclusive tool, which would be enabling both the teacher, the instructor, and the student to work jointly or collaboratively. So this would be the major idea behind this, this workshop. We would together try to find out some solutions. Your feedbacks would be very, very important when we have these interactive sessions. We have our speakers from Nottingham 10 and from Saudi Arabia, KFPM, and also there will be some online sessions, okay, from abroad and from India, some other institutes. And also there will be some lectures or presentations from the industry people here. So I hope these 48 hours, 2 days program would be fruitful to everybody, and we look forward to get your feedbacks and to develop this kind of tool so that it would be, upgraded and we could use it in perfectly. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, sir, for briefing our participants about the 2 days workshop. Now, I would like to invite the distinguished professor and Vice President STIP, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Amity University, Rajasthan, Professor S.L. Kothari, sir, to address our audience.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Amit Jain, dignitaries on the dais, guests and participants of this 2-day workshop on inclusive educational toolkits, which is very, very important because inclusivity is what we seek for. We cannot leave behind the people with some kind of disability on their own, because India is a country which has largest number of disabilities. 2011 census says that 2.87 crore people have some kind of disability, and out of these the children number is 7.8 million. That means 78 lakh children are also disabled, and we want to become a developed nation by 2047. That is the vision of our Prime Minister and the aspiration of all Indians. And if we want to become developed nation, we cannot leave these 2% people behind. So compliments to Professor Kanad Ray for thinking of organizing this workshop on Inclusivity Education Toolkit. Of course, in collaboration with Nottingham Trent University, UK, King Fahd University, Saudi Arabia. Profuse thanks to Professor David Brown, Nicholas Shopland from NTU, and Professor Mufti Mahmood from KFUPM, Saudi Arabia, for choosing Amity Jaipur as the venue for this workshop, which is so very relevant, as I mentioned, to India, more so in the light of NEP 2020. Our National Education Policy 2020 envisions all these inclusivities in its document. And Indian government provides resources such as Diksha portal having Indian Sign Languages Dictionary, PM E-Vidya, E-Pathshala, Sugamya Pustakalaya, and scores of other resources for people with disability. I am very happy to learn from Professor Kanad. He just mentioned that in a classroom where normal students are also studying and people with some disability are there, they both will learn together. So that is really heartwarming that disabled persons can also go hand in hand with other people. Several such resources, as I mentioned, are there, but awareness about these resources is limited. Even I was not aware of many of these resources. until I did some research about this. So many teachers have joined this workshop, and they will be the ambassadors to spread the knowledge about these resources. And after they have undergone some kind of training hands-on here, they will become better equipped to deal with people with disabilities. Our honorable founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, always dreams of a developed India and India as a scientific superpower. And equitable and inclusivity of the education cannot be ignored, as I am emphasizing. Accessibility of education toolkit in the Indian Education Institute is of paramount importance. And now the technology, including AI, has made it easier. A recent example, which is becoming very viral on the social media, of Vinisha Umashankar. Have you heard about the innovation that she has thought of? A Tamil girl, at the age of 12, she saw lots of vendors on the street ironing. And their number is about 1 crore across India. And they use iron with coal to warm it. And every such man, the person uses about 5 kilograms of coal every day, which is causing lots of pollution. She said, why should it be there? And she searched through the internet and online resources, which are so easily available to everybody now. And she thought of a solar powered electric iron, and she designed a cart, and that cart could move anywhere. And on that cart, on the roof of the cart, she put solar panels. She studied about solar panels through online resources and how solar panel works, all these things. She took help from some other people, but she designed that. And below that rooftop, solar rooftop, she had the ironing facility. 6 hours recharging of the solar panels, charging of the solar panels will generate enough electricity for her to iron the clothes for the whole day. And the cart can go from anywhere to anywhere. And this innovation has been applauded by the COP Environment Conference organized by UNESCO. And every person noticed it. So why I am mentioning this example? Because of the resources availability. And if you fortify the resources and educate the children to how to make good use of these resources, these 2% of our population will also contribute in making India a developed nation. So thanks profusely to Professor Kanadre for thinking of organizing this event here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. May I now request Pro Vice Chancellor and Director of Amity Institute of Microbial Technology and Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, IQAC, Amity University, Rajasthan, Professor G.K. Aseri, sir, for your address.
Thank you, Professor Ravi. So, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, Professor Amit Jain, Professor Brown, Professor Mufti from Nottingham Trent and King Fahd University respectively, Professor Nicholas, very vibrant researchers from TCS, Madam, in administration as well as in the science side. We just met. Participants, welcome to Amity University, Rajasthan, a research center dedicated on this particular diagnostics and the discussions and all type of the possible R&D. University has created 10 research centers working in different areas. These are other than the regular departments. So Amity University, Rajasthan support this type of the R&D culture in the university. We have 600 PhD scholars are working in different areas. 18 departments working from engineering to fashion to management to nanotechnology, physiotherapy and pharmacy, pharmacy to hotel management, to liberal arts and performing arts, law and journalism. So this type of the diversity we have to prepare the professionals for future, but also giving extra focus on research by creating this type of the research center. So big congratulations to Kanadre sir for organizing this particular event with help of the Nottingham Trent University and King Fahd University, where TCS is also giving the full contribution. And hats off to madam, you have a 6-month-old baby and you traveled from Calcutta to Jaipur for this particular session. So this is really a very motivating dedication from your side. It motivates a lot of people that work will be on the first priority. And Amity University also believes in the same side and working in the R&D. The PhD scholars have been given to a particular area, target, task, and the state-of-art infrastructure, what we have created. Recently, we have received a DST, Department of Science and Technology grant. They have received 180 applications. They have given grant to the 9 universities, and we are the one in Rajasthan, received 11.56 CR, and we have developed a state-of-art facility, including the ICPMS, GCMS, nanotechnology, particle analyzer, and lot of machineries available for our PhD scholars, and all nearby people are utilizing this infrastructure. So this 2-day workshop indicates that how serious we are for this research culture in a particular area, not taking much time. Best wishes, imbibe as much as possible, because this dedicated workshop is really very useful now these days. In medical science, we people are working, and the government has also given this particular grant for in medical science research and the all integration. So before this event, we were discussing with the resource person that how we have developed our curriculum to prepare the multi-directional R&D based to multi-directional multitasking PhD scholars and the UG and PG professionals. We have prepared the curriculum which are required by the industry. We have taken industry need from regional people, national people, and international agencies, and prepare the vibrant curriculum which gives the extra knowledge and hands-on experts to our university students. So enjoy the facility, visit the university, share your thoughts with our PhD scholars and professors who are working in 120 different laboratories, and enjoy your stay with Amity University, Rajasthan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now take the moment to invite the President, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Rajasthan, the veteran academician, dynamic trainer, and renowned strategic leader, Professor Amit Jain, sir, to deliver the presidential address. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ravi. I join my colleagues in welcoming all the esteemed guests, Professor David Brown from Nottingham Trent University, Professor Mufti Mahmood from King Fahd University, colleagues from Tata Consultancy Services, scholars and other members from NTU, and a very warm welcome to all the esteemed teachers and faculty members from different institutions across Jaipur and the region. So can we have a huge round of applause for all the participants? And the reason is just try to understand and imagine that a workshop of this magnitude and scale, right, where we have esteemed professor like David Brown, Professor Mufti is one of the topmost scientists in his domain. He is one of the topmost scientists in the world in data, working on AI, working on systems and tools that address disabilities, We have such experts available today, along with our own great scientist, Dr. Kanadre, who is running this center in collaboration with King Fahd University as well as NTU at Amity University, Rajasthan. Dr. Kanad is a highly published faculty. Every year I call for a list of publications, and when I get the list from Professor Kanad, there are generally 2-3 pages of list of publication that he does. So highly published, topmost books, topmost journals, topmost publishers. Now this is the depth and expertise that Amity University Rajasthan brings to Rajasthan. I'll talk very few things about Amity University Rajasthan. I believe most of you know. We have been in Jaipur for almost 17, 18 years now, and we have been benefiting the entire academic fraternity with such endeavors for a long time. Amity happens to be one of the largest education system in the world. So no doubt we have King Fahd QS rank 67, sir, right? We have, so QS is the topmost ranking of universities in the world. And, we all aspire to get into top 500. We are in top 800, right? So we all aspire to get into top 500. Professor Mufti comes from a university which is 67 in the world, right? I think NTU, I'm sure is in several subject domains in top 100, top 150 in the world. That's the depth of the knowledge and the expertise we bring together. So despite having these many partners, Amity is one of the largest education system, because as of now we have 14 such beautiful campuses in India. Almost all our campuses are 100-acre plus. The Amity University Rajasthan campus, where you are sitting right now, is a 150-acre campus. It's a city in itself. Anything, any facility that you can think of, you have seen in the video, is available here. And we also have 25 schools and preschools. We have a lot of international schools. We have school in Dubai. We have school in Amsterdam. We have school in US. We have an institute in Singapore, Malaysia. So we have 17 foreign campuses also. And at a given point of time, somewhere around 3 lakh students are associated with us. And I'm not counting the distance education student, who will be another 1 lakh or so. Now, this is the size and scale of Amity University. And we are fully committed towards developing and providing a holistic education to our student. There are a lot of things in terms of academics that I can boast about. Right, our own NIRF ranking, our own NAC A+, our own THE, our own QS. I'll not do that today, but I would like to highlight one very distinguishing feature of Amity University Rajasthan is our commitment to the community and the fraternity. And that's why I said such stalwarts, and we have made this workshop open for all faculty members, all teachers of all schools in Jaipur. The invitation was sent to all, and some of those institutions responded, and all of you must feel proud that your institutions has sent you for this workshop, and all of you are very, very valued members of their own institutions, and that's the reason all of you are here. So a round of applause for all of you. The workshop is very interesting. I have my personal experiences, because when we talk about inclusiveness, there are a lot of aspects. Generally, when we talk about disability, we look at the physical disabilities, right? Someone is not able to see properly, color blindness, auditory responses, or whatever it is. But there are a lot of disabilities which are not visible to us. And many of our students, as Professor Kothari shared, suffer from these disabilities which are not even visible. And there is no awareness also. To some extent, we got aware about dyslexia, for example, because of Tare Zameen Ke. Okay, Tare Zameen Pe, hai na? Right, something like that. So because of that movie, we got aware about some disabilities. But let me tell you, friend, there are Several other disabilities, for example, there are a lot of students who may not have dyslexia, but there is a problem of dysgraphia. They are excellent, they have high IQ, they can't put their thoughts into words on paper, and their handwriting is pathetic. Dysgraphia. There are people who have dyscalculia. Excellent people, they may write wonderful poetry better than Javed Akhtar, but they can't do, right, basic calculations also. Now, try to understand what is happening when these people who have these minor disabilities and not even visible, many a times they are not aware. What we tell them is they are weak students. They are not good enough. They are lazy. They are not hardworking. Right? And we kind of put them, they typically start sitting on the last bench, they get cut off. The teacher will also talk to the first three benches only. And over a period of time, they get distant from the education system. Many of them leave their education in between or may not pursue higher education despite having a lot of other abilities. So this is what I believe inclusivity is all about. In my family, with my son, we faced this, that we discovered that he had dysgraphia. So he was good, smart. In fact, जो हम typically बोलते हैं कि ज़्यादा शैतान था. So we got to know that he is not dumb, but he is not performing. The reason is he can't write. And we had to, navigate through a long process. We talked to the school. He was in Xavier's year. We talked to the principal, father. What can we do? He said nothing. We can't. At the most, if you put a disability certificate, we can give 20 minutes extra to write in the exam, and that is the maximum help that I can provide. And that also I will not recommend, because there is no issue as such of intelligence. So why you want to put a certificate of disability on that? So we faced those difficulties. Somehow we supported, handholded, special training, special educators, right? We identified one such special educator who could help in terms of improving the writing, improving the thought process, making the thought process more coherent, and making it legible in terms of this. And today, fine, he is a master's student at the world's top 100 university globally. He's doing his master's at UCD, Dublin, Ireland. Let's see how still he performs. But we face that difficulty. And what we realized that there are no ways and means available to address these students. Forget about schools, not even in higher education. Sorry to say that. Even at our university level, I mean, what special provision we have done? Nothing. At the most, when they'll come to us for counseling, we'll guide them that better you go into skill-based courses where that doesn't become a hindrance. That disability doesn't stop you from performing or becoming better in your career. That is what at the most we can do. But those accommodations, and when I talked to Professor Mufti and Professor David, and I found that their center has worked a lot on this. They've developed some tools and technologies, and this tool and technology now is freely available, as told to me. And today they are going to talk about these particular tools, and for these 2 days, for these two particular tools and technologies. I thought it's a wonderful work that all of you are doing, and hats off to you, both of you, sir. You are doing a great service to the community, to the fraternity. We are all teachers here, right? And we face this problem, we face this difficulty, and I believe all of you must appreciate the contribution of all the esteemed experts in putting together this workshop. I'm not an expert on inclusivity, although I had some experience after that. In fact, my wife also happens to be a professor of computer science, and then she also worked on a specific project funded by Department of Science and Technology, which was on image processing and visual graphics, that how to identify dysgraphic students looking at their answer sheets in when they are in second, third, fourth class only. So she did a project on that. That project has been submitted. Some recommendations, how much will be implemented or adopted. I mean, it's a huge task. You can't scan. I mean, if in a particular school there will be 1,000 students, you can't scan the answer sheets of all these students because we still have that paper and pen examination system, and so that you can find out. And again, the accuracy of the model and the algorithm and the software is not that high that it can exactly tell that fine, this student has dysgraphia or some other student has dyscalculia or dyslexia or any other kind of difficulty. So there are issues and challenges. As teachers, we all grapple and we all deal with these challenges day in, day out. And probably this workshop may provide some answers and some solutions to that. Thank you so much. Have a great learning experience. A warm welcome once again at Amity University, Rajasthan.
Thank you very much, sir, for the presidential address and sharing the experiences. I would now like to invite Professor Mufti Mahmood. Sir is Professor with Department of Information and Computer Science and Senior Research Scholar, SDAIA KFUPM, Joint Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries here sitting on the dais and colleagues from TCS, the attendees here. Well, I'm not going to, talk much here, well, because we have lots of interesting things coming up, okay? So I'd just like to say thank you for your interest in inclusive education. And that is where, as we will try to convince you and then try to share some of the experience that we have over the next 2 days, okay, today and tomorrow, that this is something which is very important, and then we'll try to share some of the things that we have developed over the years, okay, with you, so that this is something which can facilitate your, journey in inclusive education. Okay, so making or supporting the students with diverse needs. Okay, that is something which will support all the students. So thank you for being here, and of course, thank you Amity University Rajasthan for hosting this event and facilitating this organization of the workshop. Thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Professor David Brown. Sir is Director of the Computing and Informatics Research Center and Research Group Leader for the Interactive System Research Group, Nottingham Trent University, UK. I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you for the really generous welcome today. This workshop brings together Nottingham Trent University and Amity University to explore inclusive higher education. And we can do this already. We have the technology, don't we, in terms of inclusive practices, in terms of how AI and other immersive technologies can support a wide range of students, including those with disabilities. Like you did my talk for me, so thank you. With things like hearing impairments, visual impairments, sensory impairments, but there's also increasingly students who can really contribute to university life and to industry, people with autism. If you look at Fujitsu in Europe, they have a special program for students with autism because they're particularly useful in computer science, that attention to detail. We're not saying include students just for societal reasons, and of course that's relevant, but there's real political and industrial reasons to include these students. Look at the economy, the growing economy of India. If we harness the capability of these students for Indian industry, these people will contribute taxes and your international standing. They're sound as well as societal, they're sound political and economic reasons to include these students. So, we're talking about inclusive education and why societally and economically it's a good idea in the future. We also welcome the opportunity. If you look, I think our universities are quite similar. Very green campuses. We have around 30,000 students. And if you look at the type of research we do in computer science, cognitive and brain informatics with Mufti, pervasive computing, edge AI, medical diagnostics. Look at the health data you have in India. The kind of European projects I do are producing synthetic data, which means it's completely privacy preserving. Same health data, but mathematically transposed, so we remove all patient identities. That means all AI developers, companies in the UK, Europe, India can use this data for the early identification of cancers. So we have the same aims: inclusion, because not just societal reasons, but for economic reasons, and we do the same types of research. So this is a wonderful opportunity for collaboration. And I want the next 2 days not just to be us talking to you, but conversations which will spark off future collaboration and future friendships as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Brown, for the address. I'm sure the 2 days are going to be really informative and thought-provoking one for all of us. With the permission of the dignitaries, the inaugural session concludes here. I'll request all the participants and our esteemed guests and dignitaries on the dais to move forward in the foyer area for a group photograph. We'll then break for tea for 15 minutes. It's in the student lounge, and then come back for the session here in the same room. Thank you very much. Let's all join for the group photograph, please, in the foyer area in the same building. Let's go. Come. Scholars, come on. Let's do this quickly.
a screen reader, which is freely available from our toolkit, will read out the meaning of that image. Instantly accessible to a person with a visual impairment. Use multiple means of engagement. Provide resources not just in text, but interaction polls, forums, quizzes, all the technology to develop content. Learning management systems, quizzes is available for free as open source resources in the database on our toolkit. We're not asking you to pay for these. These or reinvent the wheel. They're already there. And that engagement is the best indicator for deep learning for all students. If you can engage your students, their learning outcomes are going to really rapidly increase. Multiple means of action expression have different ways of demonstrating learning. You talk very nicely about a family member. If you rely on text just to show what you understand, that was a great understanding, but they can't demonstrate it. So allow students to demonstrate their understanding using different expressions such as oral expression or multimedia. This ensures that learners, such as those with dyslexia or non-native speakers, can demonstrate understanding that they have, but in different ways. The next thing is to combine universal design for learning, which you might be more familiar with. Web content accessibility guidelines. It has to, all your text should be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. So perceivable, have proper headings and sufficient color contrast in your digital learning materials. So if you're a person with a visual impairment, a learner with a visual impairment, you can easily understand and see the text and have clear text alternatives for images too. And that's useful for all assistive technology learners. So on your learning management system, if you're reading a screen reader, that will read out the meaning of that image to you, so that none of your content is inaccessible to a learner. Operable. Anybody using a piece of assistive technology to navigate through your content learning system should be operable, and especially people with motor impairments. So if you can't use a mouse or a touch screen, you'll be able to use a switch or perhaps a keystroke in order to advance through your learning materials. Understandable. Plain language and consistent layout across your learning management modules is important. And this is important, again, for people with dyslexia and non-native speakers. Lastly, robust. Using semantic HTML, TML, and web tag documents so that assistive technology can interpret properly tagged PDFs and tables. Again, for people with visual impairment. These are very standard guidelines. And they're, first of all, taking into an open source package like Sculpt. This is freely downloadable, used in UK universities, gives you very clear guidelines that you can download now to produce accessible digital learning materials from the get-go, all available from our toolkit. Easy, it's going into structure, color and contrast to your text, the use of images, links, and plain language. So, again, because I have to finish in 4 minutes' time, I'm under the caution. High contrast between colors for text. So if you're a person with visual impairment or age-related visual decline, many of our students in the UK come to us late now. Huge potential there, huge economic potential to re-engage learners in lifelong learning. It will be available to all those students. Ensure consistent and predictable navigation through your learning management material. And that's really important for people with different types of cognitive impairment. provide descriptive text for all images, as we said before, ensures accessibility for learners with visual impairment, and again, properly nested headings. You don't have to take all of this in now. I'm talking quite quickly. Sculpt is a nice open source Creative Commons resource. You just download it from our website to use. Again, there's other applications like making videos. We use videos a lot, as we've seen to begin with. You had a lovely video to demonstrate your university, but how would that be accessible to a person with a hearing impairment or working in a noisy environment? Really easy guidelines so we can all understand the video. And the use of sans serif font. There's really easy guidelines like the dyslexia-friendly font that you can use to produce your digital training materials. We have built-in accessibility checkers. So if you're writing out your course materials, text-based, you just chuck it into an accessibility checker and it'll just show you where it's inaccessible and for which students. Easy. This is the education toolkit. It's quite huge, and I've got another talk, I think, in 25 minutes, so we won't look at this too much. But all of these guidelines and resources to help you quickly make accessible digital materials are there to download. What about generative AI? All of our students use it. A couple of years ago, we had to really look at this. So now we have ethical guidelines how students can use generative AI, do's and don'ts, to make it really clear to the student what they can use generative AI for and what they shouldn't, what will get them into trouble for plagiarism. We have a traffic light system, a really easy visual metaphor. Green do, amber, nobody's sure about, and red, please don't do. And also Athena Swan, how do we recognise and celebrate and encourage the achievement of women in higher education, a huge thing in Europe, in the UK, and about the kind of awards we get for that. And lastly, this is all complemented by tools like Mufti develops, like engagement detection. From that simple camera, we can understand how engaged students' emotional states. Nobody can be engaged in education all the time. But it helps students understand what kind of activities engage them and tutors to direct their scant resources to people in greatest learning need. This is Mufti. Mufti will show you this. This is how you understand engagement just from a camera and interaction with a computer. We're using a lot of generative AI. This is virtual Robin Hood. Many applications of AI-based content recommendations or personalized learning systems using some holographic historical images. So what we're saying now is computer science is huge here, AI is huge here, your technology is, let's use AI and other technologies to provide the best learning experience for our students and higher education. We have many students with autism. Not only do we celebrate them and their abilities in university, but we do like Jiu-Jitsu as well, special programs to support them. Let's look at the types of technologies which can help them in higher education. 15 minutes, 57 seconds. Sorry, I was a bit late. Thank you. Okay. Honestly, I'll walk off and I'll go.
Thank you very much, sir, for the introductory session. You've initiated this, and now I'm sure, as per the schedule, we are going to be moving forward.
Yeah, so second talk is So she is going to take up a second round or something. No, it will be in person.
Okay, so we invite Madam, ma'am, if I can get your complete name. Farsana. So, Madam Farsana from
What is the program?
TCS is going to be conducting the next session. I welcome you, Madam.
I'll take about 15 minutes. Try to give up. Someone will need to give me the bill.
This What year for? So we will get it all.
Okay. One second. I think I will be still loud and clear. This topic is very close to my heart. And I'll be speaking by heart. So I think I'll be loud. That's why I requested Dr. Murthy to ring your bell, because if I speak, if I start speaking, I may not stop. So what we saw today, in the aspect of people with disability, how TCS as an organization is contributing to the vision. Apart from that, there are certain elements which probably all of us can use it today, where educators and the students both will get benefited. So I'll speak a little bit on that front as well. But before we go in there, very quickly, who we are, what do we do? So Tata Consultancy Services as an organization, our aspiration is to build world's largest AI-led technology services company. So that means we are technology company. Whatever research we are doing it on the ground, if technology is not enabling that, those are the areas where we will complement. That's why I keep telling that lot of different flowers form a bouquet, and majority of that bouquet are you people. So academians, us as an industry, will be able to bind that bouquet together, and that's why I'm here today. Representing TCS from the context of how can technology enable our common vision. So we want to really touch billions of lives. India is a home nation, our country. So we want to ensure that the technology reaches masses, where even in the villages, the internet connection is still an issue. But then people are very passionate on learning the technology. That's the enablement with what we will be doing is with the common interest, what company brings it out over here. And I, Farzana Sheikh, belongs to research and innovation arm of TCS. Our mission is to invent for the impact. That means there are inventions, there are innovations, are they reaching to the masses? Is there impact generated out of that? Though that's the idea to life cycle, but we are trying to establish. We are not there. We as a company also are not there. We have around 700 plus people with disabilities employed. But is my organization's internal portals, the digital portals, accessible? Today I can say after 10 years investing in this journey, yes, it is accessible. I will not say 100% accessible. We are on the mission. Physical environments, all of us are aware about it. That's a long game to play about it. But I'm very proud to say that our researchers, 6,000 plus researchers, almost 50% of it are the PhD holders. And we are on that mission, which we will go together. Now coming back on the people with disabilities. If you see that just the visual impairment also has got a variations, right? People who are by birth blind, their requirements are different than the students who are acquired disabilities over the period of time. That means their needs are different. Are we satisfying those needs? That complexities is where we are trying to solve the problem. Not just one type of a disability, but varying different types of disabilities. And this landscape gives that story where we are creating the impact on lives of the people with disabilities, especially the speech impairments, the hearing impairments, visual impairments. We are nowhere near on the neurodiverse so far, I would say. We are on the journey. Okay, so now let's come back on the topic on the community. One of the area, right, what you can see here is that customer focus and the community focus. The community is the area where I think that it's important for today's conversation also to have those enablements for you all. Maybe some of you probably will be aware about it. Some of those resources which are available to you to grasp it. Some of them may not be available. So I would say that it's more of an awareness session which I'm trying to bring your attention. So from the education context, a lot of our research is focused on in this domain. And from the education context, I actually pick it up this golden circle from Professor Simon, where you can see that the purpose of learning will remain there. It is not going to change. The center of the learning, it is not going to change. What might change is the ways of learning and how you are changing that learning content, right? How the learning content is making, we are making it available. The inclusive education toolkit is one example, right? How that content is reaching the masses. Are we there today? So this today part, I'll take 5 minutes on the today part and 5 minutes on the tomorrow part, because today we'll spend little bit more time because we want to acquire those resources in the context of education. So I'll take one small little example. Many of you may be aware about it, about the Sugamya Pustakalaya, what Professor also talked about it in the morning. I feel very proud that this entire concept was conceptualized by TCS jointly with DFI. And it is part of the Digital India campaign since last 6 years, I think. And especially in the print disabled sector, right? So estimated 90% of world blind population lives in developing countries. Many of us are aware about it. And this literacy rate is actually good in blind. But then there is a significant drop when it comes to higher education. Why? Higher education, there are several problems in there. We are trying to tackle those problems, or we were trying to tackle those problems in the Indian context, where we said that let's in India, first of all, in India there is no industry called as publishing industry. It's a family business, right? People acquire that family business. So it becomes very difficult for us to address the problems from the content creator front, right? What you can see it is that mostly it is the process which is having an issue. Then there are specialized NGOs who focuses only on that particular area, and that's why I said that this particular domain needs a collaboration. Multiple NGOs working on multiple problems, and there is a stagnant knowledge across the board, right? How can we cohesively work together? That's where the problem needs to be understood on the grassroots level. Because as a user, I want an accessible book. As my publisher is having those kind of an element to make his digital data accessible, can I scale that environment to the India-like population, right? And those are the problems which we try to understand it by using this Sugamya Pustakalaya initiative. Entire platform, Access Infinity platform, is a backbone of Sugamya Pustakalaya. And it is the social initiative by TCS along with the government. And that platform, if you have not used it, if you just Google it, Sugamya Pustakalaya, you can join that platform. Your students can join that platform. But how that platform also will link on the future of education, that I'll explain. But for that, we need to know that today we have several resources. Are we aware about it? Are our students aware about it? That's why this, I think, working session, thanks to Amity actually hosting for this, so that awareness is there, and then we are ready for tomorrow, right? That's the entire objective. So I'll not spend time on that, because I really want to show that in terms of a very short videos. You can see that several. The Sugamya Pustakalaya is powered by collaboration. I don't think TCS alone could have done it. I don't think DFI alone could have done it. Government has to back in, and everybody came together with a cause. There are several such initiatives are happening with the government in this, but I'm very happy that academia is also quite supporting on that. And the impact it generated, imagine a person who is walking, who is making visits of 100 kilometers to and fro just to get the Braille book. Now the digital library is there for a person to download it. And those are IIT books are available, various higher education, even UPSC books are available. Now this board has to reach across the board. So we are actually working with the government to ensure that, and especially DFI, for ensuring that if you are unable to see your books into the ecosystem, do let us know. We can upload that, and your students can access that. The moment you have the disability ID card, UDID, you will be able to download it, right? And it's a free of cost. So those are some of those impact which this I think Access Infinity has created in India. It's an awareness session, so I'll just play a quick 2 minutes video for you all to kind of and see how we are shaping this landscape going from national to international level. But for you all especially to take your students, if how many of you have the students or you yourself have accessed the Sugame Pustakalaya? No, right? So it's a library available in India landscape. So I think you all simply just do the Sugame Pustakalaya, sir. Download your students especially, right? And see all types of varieties. As I said that by birth nobody is blind. If you are acquired, then you really would need a format as in say EPUB 3 format to download the books. And it is available out here. I'll just play a short video to get that.
Involved with Sugame Pustakalaya both as a service provider and also as a user. And as a user, I can just describe it in one sentence that the Sugame Pustakalaya has brought the reading back into my life.
I just would like to say that our reach has increased almost 4 times when after getting this Sugame Pustakalaya. I also would like to say that there are so many students, they were coming to Mitra because we have to send them by post the CDs. They were finding it so easy. They can download themselves all the books on their own.
As you can see, the BA education, there are even the today, the upload of the books are happening even while speaking. So if you go ahead and find out that Farzana ma'am spoke about it, but I don't find my book on that, please do let us know. DFI will make every attempt in ensuring that library is enriched for the students. Everybody is committed to ensure that students are able to access that. That's it today, what we are talking about it, right? Are we ready with that tomorrow with this today? If today is not ready, are we going to be ready for tomorrow? So the future of education, even if I'm going to talk about it, please trust me that today I should not be sitting here and telling that Farzana is having a cognitive issues. I don't remember the names of the people for whatsoever is the reason. And will my technology understand Farzana's disability without Farzana telling about it? Any of you will know that Farzana is having these issues. It's been 29 years for me in my company. I'm very proud of my company. But this is the acquired disability comes probably even with the age. Maybe today you are not facing it. Maybe tomorrow you will face it. We are building a technology which will identify me as a Farzana having the issues without me telling the technology that I need support. I need an education. I will be able to educators or the technology should adapt the Farzana's need, not Farzana adopting the technology. students with a disability. Technology will enable them doing that. And I have couple of proof points, POCs, POTs. Those are our patents and our inventions. But I really wanted to show that, which I may not be able to because of the time stamp. Now, one last point before I close in today. On the one thing as a student, right, where I need to learn what I want to learn. Second thing, as an assessment as a professor, can I do the self-study off campus or inside the campus and do the self-assessment myself while teachers become the reviewers of tomorrow. Teachers of tomorrow will become a reviewers. That means you all bring those expertise with you, but you will be actually stamping that, saying that yes, student has done the self-evaluation. So draft A is already done. You are the ones who are going to define the future for them, saying that okay, these are the top 3 your self-assessment, these are the recommendations. So AI coach is not going to replace you guys. None of the AIs can replace expertise or experience. What Farzana brings it or what your individual brings it. Individuality is not going to go, but we will be becoming an expert of our arena to ensure that we are bringing the students on track. So those are the AI tutors for us, for which some of the breakthroughs we have it. And what Dr. Mufti also aligns quite a lot on the multimodality aspect. We spoke yesterday. It's not optional at all. It's by default, by nature, it will come in. To me, this is the resilience of the technology. Multimodality will be future tomorrow. Today we are actually doing a lot of research in the brain-machine interfaces. So if Farzana wants to ask someone a question, or the way how the attention, for example, if someone is feeling sleepy, instead of me seeing that visually, can my laptop say that someone is feeling sleepy and your talk is not good enough for the person to come back from the sleep? That is the future where it will happen automatically. And I need to pay attention because I'm still an AI tutor for that, right? There is a lot of work we need to do it in the educators from Amity side, from our side, industry side, and from you folks. And I'm so glad to see all of you because you all probably sensing those elements with the students on how the inclusive assessments can carry on, how the agentic classrooms can happen where agents are still there, AI agents are still there, but I, as a human in the loop or expert in the loop, still there ensuring the students' betterment. And multimodality, I always talk, I think, talked about it, continuous adaptation of the technology. It's not a far-fetched future, we will be reaching very soon on that, but very clear articulation from TCS side on what does our vision or what does it mean to research and academia, what are those areas, especially the trust, the biases of AI. AI is not designed with accessibility in mind. That is the biggest gap today. You cannot use AI for each and everything, assuming that AI is giving you the best of the things in return. No, that's the truth. AI is becoming intelligent, but the data which needs to be, as Professor suggested, right? Data is what makes it important. And as I said, that India has got that gold mine of data. So all of you bring those expertise. But the collaborative model will help. All of the people coming together will help us to bring that to bridge that gap. And finally, the future lies in when the technology adopts to the human need. This is the future. Designing future of education is all about adopting the needs of the people with disability, starting with them, and even the mainstream. Because you guys cannot, all of us rather, cannot deny the fact of aging. Each one of us is going to get old tomorrow. So to me, a last view from TCS point of view, I bring back the golden circle. I still think that purpose of learning is not going to change, but the future of education will help us rethink that. Then ways of learning, we talked about future of work. This is the good circle. Education, future of work, that means how industries are building that future, and the future of technology. These 3 circles will actually become a more of an Gantt chart, so that the centerpiece is what we will be inventing for. You cannot have one piece saying that education part we will move forward, and you cannot stop in there. How the future of work is shaping it up. Your students are going to get employed, right, or self-employed. So all these three things will work together, and there are plenty of opportunities for us to innovate in that space. Some things which we have done it, some things in the three very critical segments of future of education, will be shaping it up for you. On my last note, I still personally think that Access Infinity go back to the drawing board, Sugame Pustakalaya, see what the benefit it brings it to our students today, and be ready for tomorrow. We have a lot of ground to catch from the India geography front. Thank you, and any questions, I will be happy to take it up. I think I'm right.
Well, okay, are there any questions, very quick ones?
Thank you. This that it almost basically audio books.
All the kinds. Audio also, there's different types of books you can download, not just the audio. I may have the audio book as one of it. I really want to ensure that I have the mobile and I get that in WhatsApp music. So not everything you are converting it into the audio. All the iPhones are with the EPUB 3 format. So all those your education material needs to be converted into EPUB 3 for me to get that downloadable copy. So content will be there, multiple types, and make it as
So thank you very much, Madam Farzana, for your address and bringing forward the initiative by TCS. So may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to please welcome and felicitate Madam Farzana for her address in physical format. I'll just request you to come forward. Thank you, sir. So we'll now break for lunch, and we'll be back sharp at 2 o'clock, so that the rest of the day and this is as per the schedule. So enjoy your lunch. Be back in the room sharp at 2 o'clock or before. Thank you very much. Little delay in the schedule as we started off a little late today. So in that delay, there's a change in program by a bit. So I'll just read that out for you. Of course, you'll be delivered a copy of the change in schedule. Who will be the speaker at what time, so that you can have your question answers or thought process in the same direction. So at 2:30, that means which is immediately now, we'll have session by Professor Neelu Jyoti Ahuja. She's from University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, India. And then she's going to be delivering her session for half an hour. And then Professor David Brown will deliver an overview of the Inclusive Education Toolkit at 3 o'clock. Then at 3:30, Professor Gosia from University of East London, UK, will be delivering her session virtually. And at 4, Dr. Rahman from NTU UK will be delivering his session on using generative AI in higher education. So this is the schedule for today. And then we can have an open discussion for about 10 minutes at 4 o'clock. And then we can close the day for today, day one. Tomorrow, you all are requested if you could be here in the campus by 9:45, so that you can settle down uh, and relax in the room, and we can start sharp at 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So for tomorrow, we'll go as per the schedule, and we might open a discussion or a panel discussion or an inclusive discussion towards the end of the day tomorrow. So that will be at 3 o'clock. So depending for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we'll close the day tomorrow. So this is the chained in schedule, and the copy of the same will be delivered to you in print, probably today or tomorrow morning. So just keep that in your mind and keep your thoughts flowing in. Keep your back straight so that you all can relish what is being deliberated. And I think, Bandiji, can we check if our speaker is there online? Professor Neelu Ahuja. No? I think you told her that you'll be sending her a message. No. So it's 2:30 total. Sandeep? Done. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, Professor Neelu Jyoti Ahuja, ma'am, are we audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Thank you.
So, very good afternoon to all of you, all the participants. We are, back for the second session for this very important workshop. And we have now with us to deliver the talk on inclusive education in India, current status, challenges and roadmap till 2030. And the lecture will be actually delivered by Professor Neelu Jyoti Ahuja. She is from University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, India. So, ma'am, if you can share your screen, if you're giving a presentation.
Sure. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, ma'am. It's visible.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, the screen is visible, ma'am. It's all yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to deliver the session over here on a topic which is really very, very pertinent in today's times. And I have been working in this area for quite some time now. When we talk about inclusive education and specifically in India, am I audible? I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Thank you. So, when we talk about inclusive education and particularly in India, it is it becomes very, very important to understand the way the society exists in India, the way the schools are, the way the government and the legal framework are working. So, considering all these factors, I'm going to place my talk talking about the current scenario, then talking about a few challenges which are existing, and then how these challenges are being mitigated, what efforts the government of India is doing, what kind of a legal framework is existing, and what is the vision that is going to be there until 2030. So, this is going to be the specific talk, the highlights of the talk, I can say, the outline of the talk that I'm going to deliver. So, let us, while it is very, very, preliminary aspect to discuss upon, but let me just spend a couple of minutes on why we use the word inclusion here. Can't we just say that we are developing certain different kind of a classroom environments, a little different kind of learning materials, and we are trying to have the children facing some learning difficulties and learning disabilities, and we are just putting them into the classroom and making them study. If I wanted to say this, then I would have better used the word integration. I wouldn't have used the word inclusion. So we are not trying to have the child put in a classroom. We are trying to make the classroom in such a way that it fits to the child, and it is not fitting to one child. We are not talking about fitting it for one child who is different from the other children. We are talking about fitting it, fitting all the children together, so that there is diversity, there are different perspectives coming in, and at the same time everybody gets a feeling, or gets a opportunity to learn together with everyone. So that is what is about inclusion. Now, again, coming from an Indian perspective, the Indian mythology also talks about the Antyodaya vision, which means it is not about just having few people participating. It's about the last room, the last child in the classroom should also be able to participate. Everybody should be able to participate. So that is the complete, I can say, a pillar of inclusion, right from the origin of Indian context that we are talking about. And what is the advantage of having such kind of an inclusion? The advantage is that we are trying to link education with employment, and employment with productivity increase in the income, and thereby the nation is flourishing because the GDP also gets a boost. So that complete link, right from education till economy, is very, very evident, which is what the inclusion is targeting. Let us talk about the linear framework of India, as to what kind of policies are there, what kind of legal arrangements are there, so that everybody can become part of a common classroom and study with everybody together. So one very popular right which is there as part of the documentation, as part of the legal documentation and constitution in India, is the rights for the people with disabilities. This is a very old documentation, right from 2016 onwards. While I will be talking about the latest available frameworks, I wanted to start with something which is very, very preliminary. So right from the period of 2016, the legal mandate was that everybody should be accommodated. There should be a right for all the individuals, even if they are facing disabilities. They should have right to voice their opinions, their thoughts. They should have the right to education, and it should be equal and a fair ground for everybody. So that is what this framework talks about. Then, of course, a little later in 2020, while the world was struggling with COVID, Everybody would recollect that Indian government was working on a new educational policy. While they were working from a very long time, 2020 was the time when they actually brought in that policy, the NEP 2020. Now, in this policy, a lot of work was done, and since we all are academic institutions, I'm sure many of you would agree with me that there has been several kinds of integrations that have happened in the curriculum. The provisions for multiple entry points, multiple exit points, flexibility to choose different kinds of disciplines as part of the same degree. So several things bringing more and more flexibility was brought in. Specifically to the context of disability, more work was done in NEP, and certain framework was built during that time in 2020 in NEP documentation also. So here, while we are talking about the disability context, the context was totally shifted to talk about the socially and economically disadvantaged group. So in this context, we don't talk about the infrastructure alone, which is becoming a barrier for everybody to be part of the inclusive classroom. It is also about the economic differences between amongst the students, that is the poverty context, the gender, the caste, language, location, the migration, and also the social conditions. So putting everything together, the NEP was looking at a inclusion for all the individuals. Then another thought and a mindset change that has come in a very strong manner roughly few years back is that we are not encouraging the models which are bringing in charity while dealing with students who are dealing with the learning disabilities or any other kind of learning difficulties or disabilities. It is about a right that is available in the constitution, the entitlement that is there, and the measures have to be taken in and around to ensure that that gets effectively used by all the individuals who are participating in such kind of classrooms. Then finally, I would like to talk about Nipun Bharat. So like in Indian government, there are several, from time to time, several schemes have been launched by the government of India, whether it is Khelo Bharat or whether it is Swasth Bharat or whether it is Make in India. Several of them are very, very popular. One, of course, which talks about the vocational training and skill training and education, particularly is the Nipun Bharat. So here the idea is not only to give the foundational education, but to keep adapting with the child while the child is going ahead in their educational journey. And it is not only about the putting people in the classroom. It is about bringing that kind of an environment, bringing that kind of an TLM, that is teaching learning material also. So as part of the same session, I'm sure that you are also having a talk which is around the learning materials, specifically for children with special needs and with learning difficulties. So that aspect also gets handled over there, where we are not only trying to look at one aspect to reduce the barriers or to ensure that the child gets into the classroom and studies with everybody and gets included. It is also about giving them that kind of a material. A little bit more about the way the education has been evolving in India. Suppose if you look at the Indian scenario, there have been rural India, there has been urban India, there has been different economic levels. Like in many countries, there are different economic levels. Because of that, there was an issue where people were not sending their children to the schools, and there was an issue with enrollment of children also. I'm talking about post-independence era. I'm talking about couple of decades back. However, there has been so much of development and awareness which has been coming from all the quarters across that the gross enrollment ratio has increased to a very great extent. So it is much above 90 and 93 as per the current status, and may have evolved a little more also. wherein there are these many students across different ages enrolling and coming into the classrooms. So there are provisions from the government by giving them midday meals in the school, giving them flexible time to study, maybe during the evening or maybe during the weekends, so that even the rural students, children, and the children who are facing other challenges can also join in. So thereby you can see that primary enrollment has increased, and it's damn good, because it is reaching almost closer to 95%, and maybe will keep increasing. But on the other side, if you look at what kind of a support is available, if such children come in, what kind of a support is available? So if analysis is done, it is found that there is a gap in those in the percentage of those schools which are able to provide a ramp. So suppose if the children have the disability in terms of walking, or in terms of movement or mobility, then bare minimum things such as a ramp is also an issue, and it is not 100% as yet. So which means all the schools are still not able to give that kind of a environment to the child, specifically to a disabled child. Let us talk about something little more basic, say some accessible toilets, the toilets which specifically can be used by children who are facing some issues, and the maybe physical disabilities or the other disabilities. So how far have we reached there? We've not even reached 40% over there. So not all schools are able to provide, not all classroom environments are able to provide such kind of an environment. So that is also one scenario and a challenge that is existing in India, whereby it looks like a double burden on the families, not only impacting the literacy but also impacting the other factors, wherein child with special needs cannot really feel comfortable while getting into the classroom. Now, the Indian government has been working. There has been strong evidences in the Indian scenarios where Indian government has been working. So there are some specialized schools. Some of the schools you will find them in your own states and closer to your own cities, which are called as PM Shri schools. Now, these schools are the ones which are adopted by the government directly, and they are having example or a model kind of a campus. So they are more like a sample and a campus which becomes kind of a model campus for the other schools who may like to implement. So they are giving those barrier-free access to get into the school, the braille signages, the tactile paths, which vision impaired and other disabled children also can access. They are giving a green way and an accessible way to the children who are coming in. There are resource rooms specially adapted in the schools, where there are people who take care of these children by giving them the individual support. And there are also buddy systems, which is a very good best practice which is available. These buddy systems are where some students within the same classroom can be aligned to these students who need some extra support. So they are more like peers who can help them, and this way socially they can get better, engaged within the classrooms. We all are aware about how technology has invaded education. Almost every sector technology has impacted. More so, it has impacted education. Right from the COVID era, we have seen that the classes became online. The children were able to access the material online and they were able to study. Of course, in rural places, there was a challenge because of the connectivity, internet, smartphone availability, and so on. However, still, EdTech really shooted and grew during that period of time. However, there was a slump. There was a peak down during the recent years when EdTech was not doing as much as it did during the COVID time. But what came in past few years and which has shaken everybody is AI. AI, Gen AI, agentic AI, context aware AI has been there, and more personalized attention has coming, and digitally there has been a support which has come for the students who are, it has become a boon for the children who are suffering with different learning disabilities. So AI, I'm working on one of the projects currently, and I would like to just spend a couple of minutes talking about that project, where I'm developing certain tools for dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia children. Again, they are AI based tools and AI agentic and Gen AI tools, which are kind of making the teaching learning easier for this kind of a population. For example, if we talk about an autistic child wants to see a visual which is not very cramped. The visual should be simple and more like a sketch with right labeling done and less amount of information reaching to their cognitive load, and they are able to understand the concept clearly. So if we have a Gen AI tool in which I am entering a prompt, and as per the prompt, I want the visual to be delivered, then AI personalization comes in there to help. Then there is a Diksha scheme where large amount of Indian Sign Language video lessons are available. There are talking books available. There are immersive environments, virtual reality environments that also can help such children. Bringing
Ma'am,
me to the
sorry
next
to
challenge.
interrupt. Ma'am, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. 10 minutes for the 10 minutes more, ma'am. So, because we are
Okay.
running behind
Thank
schedule.
you. Thank you. I will be able to wind up in the next 10 minutes. Sure. Thank you so much. So, one of the serious challenge that Indian government is still grappling with is the vast difference in the ratio between the special children and the special educators. So, what is the Indian government doing to make this ratio better? So there is a RCI, which is the Rehabilitation Council of India, who has launched several training and certification courses and professional standard courses for special educators, so that more and more people can take up this career and the vacancies in this area can be sorted out. There are some resource consultants also who join in the schools, and they give advice to the schools on everything, right from what kind of classrooms should be made, what kind of buildings have to be there, how teaching strategies have to be improved. So that role is called as resource consultant, which several schools are hiring today. One of the things is that while the government is taking their own, measures, the teachers are also, coming up to that level and trying to help the students. There is some kind of a stigma, which also is one of the challenges with the attitude with which people deal with students who are facing these difficulties. There are language related problems also, because people normally use a charity or a pity kind of a language rather than an empowering language, which also is one of the social challenges which becomes very important. So what you are seeing on the screen is a roadmap till 2030, where it is currently the UDL standard being incorporated into the learning. Next is the health departments and the education departments coming together and working. Next stage will be where there will be some kind of therapy units which will be there across the country in rural as well as urban areas to act like resource centers to support such students. And finally, of course, the industry also should be open to take these children in jobs when they are available. for jobs. The diverse perspective will come in and they will be able to independently work in the job market. So finally, there is a call for action, which is, it is not only about policies. Several policies are there in country and more are already coming. However, in practice, they have to come. There should be screens which are dyslexia friendly. There should be tools which are dysgraphia friendly, and it should be not 1 or 2 days kind of a support. It should be a continuous support. So I would like to talk about a data driven IEP, which means a individualized education program for these children so that they are comfortable in inclusive classrooms. Then there should be coordinators, parents and principals of the school and the children. Everybody as a team should come together, and digital accessibility is of course supporting all these kinds of environments. So that brings me to my last slide, which is on what teachers should do, what policy makers should do, what principals of schools have to do to ensure that the inclusive classroom is able to overcome the challenges which are there. And every stakeholder should take their role. And the environment within India, I can tell you that it is changing and there is more evolving towards the 2030 vision. So that is what was my talk on this aspect, specifically on challenges, the future roadmap in the Indian context. I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That actually gives us a clear picture of what exactly we are heading towards in terms of inclusive education toolkit. We have some time, so maybe we can take up 1 or 2 questions from the participants. If you have any questions, please do ask. Yeah, we do have 5 minutes, so maybe we can take a few more questions. So any questions from your end? I would like to ask a question, ma'am, which may be a bit controversial. Looking into the scenario on how politics works in India, how much is it possible to actually achieve those goals by 2030, which you exactly mentioned? What's your take on that?
Yeah, so a very valid point because Indian government works in a little different manner. There are several steps through which a bill, actually reaches the level where it can be effective. So while we are at this point of time making a very optimistic kind of a outlook, and a lot of documentation is happening, and there are several policy groups and special committees which have been set up. If you go to the Government of India and Ministry of Education site particularly, you will find a lot of such developments being displayed over there. But I agree with you that these processes are really very long and time taking, and it is surely something which we need to see yet, that whatever vision 2030 has been marked by the government, will it still be achieved completely to the 100% extent, or they will be able to achieve 50 to 70% of it. But I would say that still looking in the past, when NEP 2020 was coming, it also took number of years to come into action. And even today, part by part, we are implementing whatever we are seeing as part of NEP. However, it has come and it has been well tested before being put in the public. And today institutions to a very great extent have started implementing it. So we are very positive that everything which was discussed may not be able to come by 2030, but however the faster pace of development has started, and so soon most of it will be effective. Yeah.
Yeah, it just got a bit cut. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Ma'am, one last question I'd like to ask. In terms of percentage, you were talking about PM Shri schools. How much we have achieved in terms of percentage, ma'am, and when we'll be achieving that 100% mark?
Yeah, so as far as the PM Shri schools are concerned, I think there are about 500 to 700 schools that have been adopted in a few cities, that too in the most of the metro and semi-metro kind of cities. So far, I think it has been only a 60%, closer to 60% kind of a PM Shri model schooling environment that has come up. And maybe in the next 3 to 4 years, it may go closer to 80. That is what the research and data shows.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have a big round of applause for me? We do have one question from the participant, please.
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, as mentioned in your Nippon Bharat 2026 goal for universal foundation literacy with adapted TLM for CWSN. So, in that aspect, I want to just tell you one thing which I personally felt in my school environment, that for the foundational literacy, still there is a taboo for the parents who don't want to do hands-on and skill-based learning. They are more occupied towards copy writing and everything. So it's hard to convince parents in this generation as well that experiential learning is something which is more needed in foundational way of life. So in those classes, how it is possible that till 2026 our goal is to adopt TLMs, but right now in the current scenario of India we don't have TLMs enough for the normal, or we call atypical kids in the school.
Yeah, so point very valid, and very well taken. That we are still far from the kind of TLM that is required. We are more stuck with the foundational way of teaching. While you are very rightly saying that there are certain, careers which demand a kind of education which is more of an experiential, skill based and vocational, and such kind of TLMs, if they are available, the employment and the economy, and specifically the way the child's growth will happen, and they can become very independent financially also in future. All those things are very easily set. But however, the way the TLMs are growing, the pace is very slow. Because when somebody is trying to develop a teaching learning material for CPWD, children with special needs and so on, there are several factors. But fortunately, we have AI now. We have a lot of digitizing now. We have several technologies that are available now. Today, for a dysgraphia learner also, we can give lot of special kind of a teaching material. For a dyslexia learner also, we can give. There are if I talk of ANNs, right from the CNN time, with the UNet architecture that the CNNs and the transformers have, we can use a algorithm to even raise the edges of the material, through which in a 3D environment they will be able to, vision impaired people also can use those tactile way of material and start reading it. So technology is all there, but only thing is that it is only a matter of time when the things will come in that kind of an coherent ecosystem where development will become faster and people will start appreciating experiential learning, even for the inclusive classrooms, as they have started doing in the university setups. And then things will become much more smoother in future, beyond 2026 and closer to 30.
Okay, ma'am. So you want to conclude in that way that we have plans for everything, but on the realistic basis, we are still lacking on the implementation.
Yes.
Of things.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I would say that there are several dots available. It's only a matter of connecting those dots, and as you said, implementation is something which is required, and it will take some time.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and letting us know about the future of inclusive education in India. We can have a big round of applause for ma'am for this session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the team. Thanks to the team at Jaipur. Thanks to Dr. Mufti. I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to interact with the audience. And thank you very much. It was my pleasure as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir Mufti is not here right now, otherwise he would have interacted with you. Well, I'll make sure he knows it. Thank you.
Yeah, please convey. Right. And hope you have a very good sessions during the next 2 days. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
So we have Professor Brown with us, and we were honored to listen to him in the morning hours as well. I think we are going to listen to a longer version about the toolkit now, so that will be more detailed. So it's over to Professor Brown.
I don't have the joint list. I just need to plug into the screen. So which one? No. Excellent. Want me to put that on? No. That's interested in trying to ask a dyspraxic person to put on the microphone. It's very interesting. You're talking about inclusive education. Were you talking about school age children? Yes? Want to talk to me? Yes? Yes? So I'm going to do what I do with my students at university. I'm going to talk to you. My main expertise is working with students with intellectual disability and additional impairments. So I use highly immersive experiences for them because they learn experientially. Often it's difficult to teach students with intellectual disability using language, English, mathematics. So we learn by direct experience. Theatre work, we do experiential role play. And that's why we find highly immersive experiential environments, virtual reality, very useful to teach them. And it's something I've been doing in European projects for many years now. All the tools to create highly immersive experiences, to create content, learning management systems are all free, they're all open source, the ones we recommend via our toolkit. We have examples of those that we can share. We did huge amounts of work with Nick, who seems a bit preoccupied with his phone, on serious games, especially to teach functional skills, independent living skills. So, I'm not going to talk too much about that today, but I fully accord that experiential ways of learning and highly immersive or blended extended reality is a good way to go. More recently, we've been using artificial intelligence, especially around understanding brain informatics combined with virtual reality, working with Mufti. So we use the Galea headset, which is combined visualization with brain informatics. So if I'm a person with autism reacting to different stimuli, like my first day in higher education, going into a really noisy classroom, transitioning to the cafeteria, all the confusion that creates, we simulate those environments. We understand from Galea brain signals, muscle signals, eye gaze, and then we build machine learning models of psychological arousal. And from that, the student uses biofeedback. They know that that situation, such as this, when we talking to an audience, arouses psychological arousal, triggers psychological arousal. Then we teach them strategies in real time to self-regulate. So that's where we're moving towards, the combination of virtual reality, visualization, and brain informatics in real time to teach things like self-regulation strategies to students with autism and higher education. But it was an interesting discussion. Tomorrow, Nick and the team are going to lead a series of workshops on, first of all, giving you some untreated educational content, whether that might be formal methods of programming, and then take that untreated content and each person have a persona of a student, and that might be a student who has hearing impairment. It might be a highly anxious student. It might be a student from a remote area. It might be a student with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. It might be a student with autism. I might have mentioned that twice. And we teach you very simple rules, do's and don'ts, about how you design for that person electronic learning materials. So I'm not talking about the highly invasive combined virtual reality brain signal. I'm just talking about very, very simple guidelines, which are free and open source. Just to have a mark, you could print these up, have these on your office wall. I have a student who is a vision impairment. I have a student with autism. What are the simple do's and don'ts when I'm writing out my course materials in electronic format? I just keep telling you, signposting, where in an accessible academy, all these resources are free to use. I'm not a European researcher coming here trying to sell things. We have a range of European projects which are joint Asian and UK European projects where we have co-developed all these materials with universities in India, IIT Bhubaneswar, Jahangir University in Dhaka, Western Dhaka, VIT in India. These are all being co-developed. We've already been paid a lot of money from the European Union to develop these. All I'm trying to do is highlight all of these resources which are free to use. And stop me at any time because I do like a discussion and I only have 25 minutes. And I'm only pinpointing these things in preparation for the course tomorrow, for the exercise you will do tomorrow. This is my hero. She's a Canadian researcher. Inclusion benefits everybody. It should be everybody's concern. We live in this digitally transformed reality at which we live and work in, where consumption does not consume, space has no limits. There is no downside to inclusion. If you design for everybody, societally, it's a good thing. From all of the legislation that we will have in the UK, in Europe, in the States where I work in India and Bangladesh where I work in, because it will contribute, it will move these people onto higher education, then to employment, it will contribute economically to the economy of India. That's a good thing. This is just the basic links, which I'll take you through, but they're all available for free for use via Accessible Academy. I've shown you Sculpt already. This is the simple do's and don'ts broken down into structure, color contrast, use of images, links, plain text, and table structure. You don't need to take notes. You can download this guide. It shows you exactly how to address those things when you're writing out their notes. So they're accessible to people with visual impairment or blindness, hearing impairment, accessible to people with dyslexia, autism, dyscalculia, accessible to people with anxiety as well, how you create classrooms. All there, all available for download. My mouse is going a bit for me. This is the handy checklist. This is produced by the Home Office in the UK. I particularly like this one. Designing for accessibility. So, if I'm supporting somebody with autism it hasn't come onto the screen, has it? Because of the link. It's a series of do's and don'ts in terms of, can I change the focus quickly, Nick, on this? Okay, yeah. I haven't changed the focus, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't really move it up and down. Never mind. So we'll show all these tomorrow, but as simple do's and don'ts, because we should have those printed out, don't we, around the classroom. Simple do's and don'ts that you can print out. There's a poster reach for people with autism or visual impairment or anxiety. You can download each of those posters. If you're supporting a student with any of those issues, they can simply print it out, have it on your wall, and then it just gives you very simple examples about how to design for that person. So this was all.
Why connected? Internet connected.
Well, it was connected 10 minutes ago, but now it's not connected. So, Great Lane plans. It was all connected 10 minutes ago. But these are personae. Has anybody used personae in human computer interaction before? Personae are representations of different people. They're not averages, but they're sketches of people with autism or hearing impairment or visual impairment. And they help you think about the challenges those people face when interacting with the materials you developed. Should it be a website or learning materials? And it will give you, help you think about how you design for those people. The toolkit has huge education resources in it about designing accessible materials. And so what the Personi allow you to do is find out all the guidelines within the toolkit that help you address the needs of that particular student. So really the Personi drives the use of the toolkit. The toolkit is huge, developed by 11 partners on all guidelines, checklists, standards for accessibility. If you have a specific student, a person with autism or hearing impairment, it brings up all the resources necessary to support that person. So it's just a way to navigate the toolkit. And it will work really well when we have an internet connection.
So you say that in this Personi, we have, for example, I have a child with 6-year-old with autism and he's high functioning. So if I put the traits of the child on that app, it will make me know about how he or she will think.
So at the moment, the Personi are quite general. They're adults in higher education, but we have sets of Personi for younger students with autism. And what will happen is that the Personi then, if you choose that Personi, it links to all the guidelines and checklists and projects that exist in the toolkit, which are open source and free to use, that will support you in developing educational materials and activities and experiences for a young person with autism. Now, this project is really around supporting people in higher education, but most of my work is with students, younger students, including those with autism. So we can help you there too. But it's a way of navigating a very big compendium of resources. And don't worry, because all I'm doing is highlighting what's in the toolkit today. Tomorrow, you'll go through it in groups. Tomorrow, I'm going to give you a Personi each. I'm going to give you the autism one. And you will then go round. We'll give you some untreated course material, or you can choose your own. Show the raw content as text. And then you take the Personi. It allows you to navigate all of the guidelines. And later on, you come back with a much better multimodal and considered approach to that text. And we'll check the improvement in the accessibility of that student. Now, well,
So,
no. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. So we'll sort that for tomorrow. But all I'm saying is all of these resources exist. You navigate the toolkit, and I can show you some shortly from that. So we can't show you the database of resources. There's also guidelines for staff in higher education. We had many students in computer science copying all their code or making Gen AI to do their code, which was very funny to begin with. Some of it was nonsense. And then we questioned the students, and it was clear they hadn't produced the report or the coding. So then what we did, as it gets more advanced, Gen AI, we thought as a university we have to react really quickly. Because NTU has the ambition to be one of the best online providers of education, which means in the future there won't be any boundaries. We'll just recruit from England and the UK. We don't anyway. We'll be recruiting from everywhere and selling education. So we have guidelines that we've co-developed with staff and students, which shows them exactly what they can and can't do with generative AI. Of course, you can use it productively, but use it ethically and productively. We also have, it's like do's and don'ts. We have this section on don't. The section contains a great set of rules to give the student their work at the university and everybody's data safe whilst using generative AI, recognizing that if you share an original piece of work, it's probably going to be used in the training of that model, and you can get in all sorts of problems. And to protect staff too. I don't know about your university, but in terms of legislation, my university is very worried about being sued by students or their parents. So a lot of the legislation goes to the students, but staff need to be protected too. So how can we productively use Gen AI? These are modules. So on the course, on this accessible academy, you have huge units on guidelines, checklists, projects to support accessibility. You navigate that quickly using the persona, but there's also guidelines on generative AI. There's also guidelines on Athena Swan, race and equality, about how there's still underrepresentation of women academics in the high positions. We still have many more male professors than female professors. And actually, I don't know about many instances of senior members of staff being accused of bullying as well. I don't know if you get that here, I'm not really going to go too much into that, but it's about the guidelines we put in place to ensure race equality and the success of women in higher education. We do a lot. I'm not going to go into these too much because Mufti will show these tomorrow. We have many European projects. One of the projects was a huge Horizon 2020 project. Just from students in class, these were school students with learning disabilities. They were learning curriculum subjects. They were working with whiteboards, interactive robots, and laptops. They all have sensors, cameras, gyroscopes, inertial sensor, 3D cameras. We took all this information together on eye gaze, body posture, remote estimation of heart rate, and produced a model of their educational stage related to learning, whether they were engaged, bored, or frustrated in learning. And then if the less productive states like boredom or frustration, what do we do to move them out to those states? We had another algorithm which worked out why they were bored. If they're bored because it was too hard, we decreased the challenge of the learning activity to increase it. As a teacher in higher education, we have this too, traffic line system. I know my student is yawning a lot. So what happens there as part of the signals we use on it? Sorry, it's just a joke. And then as a teacher, you can come and say, intervene, re-engage that student, use intelligent use of the resources you have available. That's what I'm going to show you. We have lots of LMMs, especially for subject-related knowledge, and we use RAGs, retrieval augmented generation. They only go out to trusted and current sources, which overcomes the limitations of a static training set. We have readability analysis tools based on your preferences, your experience. We recommend reading texts. We have meta-humans for training facial emotion expression recognition of students with autism by repetition. And as a student with autism, you learn to replicate the facial emotion expression because that seemed to be a deficit in students with autism and alexithymia. And by replicating and maybe improves that training in that student with autism. Then we have VREP, which is an immersive virtual environment. Many of the students that we work with, at your university, do you get your students to present their work to groups? When we first do that with students, many of them have anxiety issues, so we allow them to play and present in a virtual environment first, and that has shown to gradually reduce their anxiety. So all the guidelines driven by Personae also are complemented by a whole range of AI educational tools, all free to use. And the more we get, what we are as a community. We work with many research centres around the world, and we're gathering together best practice and guidelines, right accessible materials, and best practice in terms of AI tools. And we want to have this whole compendium of open source tools that anybody can use to improve their practice in higher education. I'm just pinpointing these. Tomorrow, Nick and Mufti will give you an exercise to do so you know where the tools are, and you can also work with them. This is around the persona. So I did have this in slides. Luckily, it's not a representation of a person, but it isn't a specific person, but they should be realistic and believable and not a caricature. And the aim of the persona is to help designers, and you are educational designers, develop web content or learning content for a learning management system for your course, whilst thinking about the needs, challenges, and characteristics of that student. And working human-computer interaction. It's not a substitute for working with real people, but it augments it's like a design tool or prop. There is this work. Now, there are a number of Indian academics who are saying we should work with personae of Indian students in higher education because it will help you meet your social, legislative, and economic targets. What they add personally synthesized data on caste, gender, disability, and language, preschool and social and economic status into these vivid characters. They support legal and policy obligations, designing with realistic personae, e.g. a blind hostel student, or a blind student, or wheelchair and university residential accommodation, helps institutions like your own translate their legal duties into concrete changes in teaching, infrastructure, and support services. And for me, it's teaching. How do you actually produce digital learning materials that are accessible to that student? It drives universal design for learning. It stresses that planning for variability from the outset rather than fixing for a student. If you design your course accessibly from the beginning, you attract more students, and it's much cheaper than just fixing for that particular student. Making invisible barriers visible. Co-created personae drawn from Indian higher education surfaces barriers in hospitals, labs, transport, digital platforms that policy often overlooks, and prioritizing your scarce resources for monitoring impact. Sometimes you face challenges from funding and staffing constraints, and personally help prioritize interventions with the highest benefit for as many students as possible. I'm just going to show you three because you're going to be doing some of these tomorrow. I'm just wondering which one actually, as you said. But I can't go through, so I'm going to go through to one of these. And these are some of the resources that I couldn't link to with the internet. So, this is a practical example. I'll go back to Finn, and perhaps it's an easy one to think. Finn is an international student, exceptionally good academic record and keen to keep doing this, has limited vision, can read using a magnifier, but eyes can get tired, and finding his way around campus is proving challenging. So, the toolkit has many, many resources, guidelines, tools that you can use immediately to support Finn as a teacher, and they are linked to the persona for Finn. One of the first ones is each persona has this. Do and don't as a lecturer. Use good colour contrast between reasonable font size. Publish all information on web pages. Use a combination of colours, shapes and text, and there is a specific guideline for that too. follow a linear and logical layout, and put buttons and notifications in context. Do not use color contrasts and small font. Bury information and downloads. Use color to convey information, and we know all HCI designers shouldn't do that. And spread content all over a page. Each persona has a different poster that you can immediately look at and make a good start. And it gives you huge amounts of links to all of the links, the guidelines, the other projects, and support materials that can help you support that specific student. There's lots of those, but it's a really great way to navigate the toolkit. We have one for Zana wheelchair user, and one for people with physical and motor disabilities, making and creating accessible documents, as we talked about before, the posters for do's and don'ts, guidelines for a university for producing an accessible campus, and a whole database of free and open source tools, assistive technology tools, content creation tools, free learning management systems. You don't have to create these, you don't have to pay for these. These are already being developed. You just have to download them and start using them. Kieran, there's loads on dyslexia too. And right at the end, there's lots of guidelines for staff as well. Now, tomorrow, what we're going to do in the afternoon is have an interactive experience where you get in a group, you get some text. And as that group, you use the persona, you navigate to all the resources, and at the end of the day, come and show us how you produce a much more accessible course. And then you get a certificate. That's me done. I'm sorry some of the links didn't work, but there you go now. Talk to you over the next couple of days. But it's been a pleasure. So where's Mufti? we know who's coming in soon. Right, thank you.
ये ज्वाइन करेंगे उसके लिए शेयर देखिए
If not, just let's arrow from last week. Yeah, so they now this will
प्रोफेसर शेयर कोर्स लॉ प्रोफेसर ये 20 बाद है सच आई यस नहीं किया भी नहीं या देखो ये तो एंटीस हो गया एंटीस है ये कैसा भी तो देख तो कर ले से नहीं ठीक है अच्छा अभी कहा नहीं बदला जाएगा Virenji, can I say again?
So Gossia hasn't joined. Has Arif joined? Has Arif?
I guess.
If Gossia hasn't joined and Arif has, why don't we go with Arif first?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Arif says it.
Arif, if you've joined, can you hear me?
Yes, David, I can hear you. Can you hear me, David?
Good. And Gossia hasn't. Are you available to get going?
I am fine.
Would that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine because I'm ready to deliver.
So you
Start. We can start.
Yeah.
Arif.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you want me to introduce or do you want to?
You can so.
Is that sure?
Yeah, sure.
You're not going to be offended.
I think that would be better. The introduction.
Okay. So next we have Professor Arif Rahman from Nottingham Trent University. Arif is a Bangladeshi national. So he worked in Bangladesh all his life at a British university. And he started using some of the guidelines, the toolkits, especially on generative AI, to support students. So he's going to talk from his own experience. What's it like to come from Bangladesh and come to another university where inclusive education is? Have to do. There's no choice. It's part of your contract to deliver. And I was going to talk about his experience of first of all seeing the guidelines and getting to know the guidelines and then seeing the benefits of the guidelines too. Just to give you a personal perspective of an academic from Bangladesh. So hopefully you'll find that useful. Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you, David. Can you please confirm me whether I'm audible and my screens are visible? So please.
You are audible and very audible and visible.
Okay, thank you very much, David. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for hosting this session and providing me this opportunity to present this work. Right, so I'm Arif Rahman, one of the senior lecturers, as David mentioned, in the Nottingham Trent University, and today I'm going to be mostly focusing on the generative AI essential learning and the current context that we are facing in academia. Mostly my discussion or the presentation going to be focused from the end-use perspective with the blend of user experience. Right. What we are expecting in next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to give a brief idea about the generative AI, and then we're going to talk a little bit how we can critically use the generative AI and point out some of the issue about good judgment, how to interact, and how to make a sense-making use of generative AI, and I will try to address a couple of concerns regarding ethical aspect, legal and security aspect as well. Okay, so as I don't have a clear understanding about the group that we are talking, could you please use your phone and provide us some of the quick input using this barcode?
Okay. There'll be a little bit of an interactive exercise. If you need to come forward to get the QR code, please do.
In between, David, I just want to confirm that I will get 30 minutes time, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to finish in 30 minutes then. As I can't see, can we move forward? Can anyone please confirm that? Have you managed to access the QR code? Perhaps you need a phone
code to get in. Yeah.
or laptop that you are using.
It looks like everybody has done it.
Right. Okay, so we have some
time, yes, I can see 19 of us are already here. So, which best describes your role? I just want to learn a little bit about our cohort that we are talking about. Excellent. Looks like I got already 19 answer from the 20 participants. Um, okay, so okay, here we got the output actually. So both teaching and research, that's an excellent blend that is leading here, but we have some postgrad students as well, teaching focused academics. Yes, a combination of all domain, which is quite understandable in academia. And I will try to address a couple of relevant example which can cater all of our need. Now, just a quick question. How familiar are you with the generative AI tools? Like, what is your level of use and understanding? Again, yeah, we got 20 answers already. 22 out of 24, excellent. So I think instead of wasting time, I can move forward with these 23 answers. Okay, so I use them regularly. Oh, that's great, actually. And I have tried them a few times, like 22%. So one fourth of us are trying to pick it up, and 75% plus of us are using it regularly. Now, the next question is, what is one way you think or helping you AI could support your teaching or academic work in one or two words, please? Okay, it's an excellent feedback from your side. I can see quiz generation. Okay, that is quite interesting, and I'm going to focus on that later. Feedback preparation, paraphrasing, students, centric learning, personalization, quite a diverse way of utilizing the AI, and that gonna actually bring us some insights about the discussion as well. The quiz generation, that is one of the point I want to quote and keep it in mind for our further discussion, because it's gonna need us later. And now one more question for you. What concerns you most about using generative AI in academia? Okay, now again we got some quite a diverse range of answer. Dependency, yes. Over reliance, plagiarism, academic integrity. Um, these are quite dominating word, and exactly that's why we are conducting this session, because to answer these questions we have to have some guidance and clear explanation, because we saw in the previous slide we are using this generative AI for a diverse reason, but here we have a number of concerns. Okay, no, most of the time, most of the talk that I'm talking here about inspired from NTU's framework and some of the evidences that we taken from Digital Education Council. If you want, you can explore their framework and so. Now, with our 78% of AI user in this cohort, we can see we have different level of competences. Okay, and if we think about our level of competencies, actually they can be from a diverse perspective again. This perspective could be related with understanding the AI and the data, understanding about the critical thinking, understanding about the ethical and responsible use, and so. And if we are thinking about its different level as well, it could be level 1, level 2, and level. So now, given our different way of exploration, different user profile, and our previous background, this level can vary from one to another. Okay, so we can try to improve our understanding and a level of competencies in different dimensions over the time, and the better we organized our competency, the more confident we can be about its ethical use. No, I will be a little bit quite quick in first initial slides, because we can see a good number of us, like 78%, are regularly using generative AI. So I'm not just going to explain it or giving the initial idea. However, I want to say the generative AI is something that we have formally adopted in our ecosystem, in our educational environment. So, from the perspective of NTU, if you see or if you ask, are we allowed to use that? I will say yes. We, as a NTU senior lecturer, I can see or say that yes, we are allowed to use the generative AI. But you already mentioned about some challenges like ethical concern, about plagiarism, and many more other challenges, which were not very much clearly understandable, okay, or how we can deal with those situations. It was not clear. So here what we are trying to do to bring these new opportunities at the same time with the challenges at the same way, parallelly, so that overcome the challenges and gain the opportunities from there. Now, what we are using for our use at the NTU, we have the Microsoft's provided ecosystem, and we are we have the subscription. So we are using the Microsoft's Copilot. So it is embedded in our system. Whenever we are logging, like the Outlook and other apps in the Microsoft, it comes automatically, and we can integrate that here straightforward way. Okay, and perhaps in your university, I'm not sure whether you have a similar ecosystem or not. If not, then what are you using for your tools? Because there might be alternatives, and how you are dealing the challenges there. That is quite. I will say. Quite a few points that we should concern about or we should think about. Okay, as I mentioned, that the copilot that we are using, it's just like another one. Many of you have been ideally been used or using it, or it could be one of your tool. And as I'm showing it here with some of the snapshots, like yes, it is with the given ecosystem. Now, the interesting concern is how we are using that, and that could be one of the key concern, because whenever we are using generative AI, that can produce some output. Okay, it doesn't matter is it ChatGPT or Copilot or something else that you prefer. The prompt generation itself is quite important. Now, whenever we are creating the prompt, how we are writing it, you must have your own way to generate the prompt. But I will say, or from the different literature, what we learned, we need to focus on these four key points. Okay. Please feel free to stop me. I mean, because I can't see you, so I'm just explaining. If you think you want to add any comment, you can stop me, or we can add those comments at the end, at the discussion session. Now, about the prompt generation, it is quite crucial how we are writing the prompt. We need to think about four key points about the goal, maybe the context that we are thinking about, and definitely some source that can be quite important. Otherwise, the answer we may get, it may not be acceptable at all, and some expectation is quite helpful. Let's say I'm writing a simple example. Give me a concise summary of recent news about any company name, maybe. And I work in marketing and focus on competitor research. Focus on web articles from last 2 months. Provide the answer in 2 or 3 paragraphs and use the business tone. Now think about that. When I wrote the prompt, there were a clear goal here. So give me a concise summary of recent news about something. That is a goal that I want. Now, if I just leave it here, the next 3 domain will be quite open. And this open domain will bring lots of insights which might be important or to look further or might not be relevant at all. But if I bring the context here, okay, because this is quite important for a prompt generation. So the context, I work in marketing and focus on competitor research. Let's say if it's not a marketing context, it could be some HR context or some let's say healthcare context. It could be different. So then the context will be very different from one to another. And the source. Now the source, what is the time frame I'm talking about? Okay, like is it 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 year, or even more? So I want the recent context. Let's say 2 months. I'm specifying that. Okay, and the source. I can even go for further detail even with the source, like okay, government site or legitimate source, journals, or many other places that I can fix it. And what is the expectation? I can tell that. Provide me the answer in 2 or 3 paragraphs, in 100 words, 200 words. Or what is the tone I'm expecting? It's a business tone. So these are the basic 4 things I will say. Once you write it in an organized way, the output you are going to get, it gonna be organized as well. Now, as 78% of us are regularly using that, perhaps you know this even better than me. But next few slides will bring some insights about its responsive. Is this something that we are using responsibly, or how we are managing the risk? Okay, because until this, that was absolutely fine. Now, when I'm talking about the responsibility and managing risk, there might be a key number of risk. I don't know how you are dealing with that. What is your university suggesting you, and what is ethically you are allowed to. Okay, now very often it may appear that the inputs that we have provided, the prompt we have generated, it's not the correct, and based on that, whatever the results we have found, it's misleading. Okay, it's a common case. Okay, so as we haven't asked something in a organized structure, the input is not supportive, so the output is definitely gonna be not something that we are looking for or expecting. Now, based on the input, the output is always related, or sometimes even the output might be unreliable based on some different other regions. Now, it may sound very confident, but if you are an expert and you know about something that you are looking for, you will see some of the output is not actually correct, but it's providing you with confidence. Okay, so that's the problem begins. If you don't know about what are you looking for and you don't have any idea, then it might be leading you toward a wrong direction. Okay, and then the security and privacy, that is one of the key concerns. Like if you are playing with some students data, let's say their quiz marks, their name, and then some other information might be there which is identified as their personal information. Now, how you are dealing with that? Well, I can say that as we have the Microsoft Copilot, so it is embedded in our ecosystem, and all of our data are all of our data are managed by the Microsoft's agreement. So we are good to use that. But what about your context? If you are changing that platform from Copilot to ChatGPT or something else, are you aware about the personal data? Are you exposing that to someone else? You need to be a little bit careful about that. Otherwise, there might be a clear violation about the GDPR or something like that. Okay? Hallucination, it's a common way that we are getting the output. Maybe fabricated details are just generated without any trust. Okay, and over the time that you mentioned, many of you, that over reliance as well, day by day we are relying on generative AI, and that can make us little bit inactive from the perspective of brainstorming, critical thinking. So we need to think, okay, we are taking that as a tool to support us, but let's not the generative AI lead us. All right, then there will be definitely a further challenge that it may go beyond our control. Okay, and one of the critical issue is the intellectual property. Now, how you are dealing with the intellectual property here, because sometimes we are generating some output where the output was suggested by the generative AI. Okay, now who is going to claim the intellectual property? Is it generated from the, I mean, as it's generated from the Gen AI, so are you going to leave it the property there, or are you going to claim it? So you need to be careful about these IP issue as well. And ethical challenges definitely is there. Bias and fairness, as we know. If we are biased toward a specific direction, and gradually you will see the output is generating, it's actually coming from that direction as well. Because over the time, if you are using the generative AI, it will learn your profile as well. And with your profile, it will try to give you some bias answer. Like few days before, I just gave a prompt about without any clue, write a 300-word bio for me. And what I found that's quite surprising. It's organized my profile in such a way that it was quite fascinating, and I was simply amazed because I didn't give any input. I just said, okay, just generate my bio in 300 words. So it knows about me very well because I'm using in a diverse reason for my students, I mean, learning materials preparation to support or organize some email, summarizing some of the meetings and many more things. So it's actually learning, and the bias and fairness, it can be toward a specific direction. Okay, transparency, that is another key concern. Colleagues and students need to understand how AI can be used. Okay, if that answer is not clear or not transparent, we can go with the trust. Okay, so trustworthiness is also very important. Now, given all this point, there is something from different perspective, environmental consideration. This may not come to our mind, but you need to think about whenever you are giving a prompt. It's a matter of computation, all right? So it's gonna go to some data server and definitely consume some power to generate your output. Now, the more we are depending on these query generation or using generative AI, it's gonna be more related with the environmental considerations as well. So if we can do something of our own, can we just not rely on the AI, or how we are dealing the environmental issue? So that have to be a responsible management issue as well. And finally, one more point that I want to talk about, the accountability. Okay, when AI is making a mistake, who is going to take the risk? Okay, so that is one of the interesting points. Now I'm going to describe one of the use case, and I will expect one to answer from you if possible. Okay, because so far I was just talking without giving you any chance. But let's think about this situation. A large consulting firm used AI to create a report for the Australian government's Department for Employment and Work Relations (DEWR). The report included statistical error, fabricated citations, misquotes, which lead to a reputational damage and partial return of the project fee. Now, the question to you, actually, to the audience, what do you think the key takeaways are from this scenario? Can I expect one to comments from the audience, please?
Comments from the audience?
Lots of faith.
Yeah, people have too much faith in that.
No, over dependence.
Yeah, over dependence.
Over dependence, yes.
Any else?
For big projects, use your brain more. Carry the data as well.
The question is, for big projects, use your brain more. I might say for all projects, use your brain more.
Our own mind to this.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough reviewing, was there? We didn't review.
I think there wasn't enough reviewing. Somebody should have. Okay, you can generate headings, all right?
Like you, when you give instructions or prompts to the AI.
Yeah,
You take it as a draft, you don't take it as a final thing.
exactly.
Yes.
You take it as some suggestions of categories, give some references as a starting point, but this is not a final version of the document.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your inputs. And yes, we can summarize some of the point as AI hallucination is there, poor input quality, unclear and inadequate prompts may have done so, and we can see over reliance is there that we have pointed out earlier. And definitely, organizational fame was also in the risk. Okay, and they lost their reputation, and financial damage was also there. So you can see a well-known organization like a government a framework can be suffered from them. Now, as you mentioned, we want to talk about NTU's perspective. So I just want to give you some of the evidences before I conclude my presentation. So, like we started in between one of the AI-related framework, Read AI, which was helping us to summarize our meeting. But later we found there are some issue generating, like it's taking some notes automatically, and we are not comfortable with sharing the data. Okay, so now later it has been stopped to use like that way. Okay, so we can initiate some process, but we need to be careful. Like, is it actually allowing us to use it ethically and the way we are expecting? And at the same time, as we can see, some of the students are here as well. We have a clear set of guidance for the students as well. Okay, like whenever we are submitting when we are opening the coursework for our students, we have a clear indications of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to. Okay, like from there I want to just highlight a couple of the points. We follow the traffic light system there, something green and then amber and then red. The green is absolutely allowed to, or we inspire the student to go with that because it's a tool. The student should be allowed to use that. Now, amber are the zones or the rules and regulations that need to be careful because it might be permitted, it may not be permitted at all by the university. All right, and then the red, okay, that is absolutely no, that you can't do it. Okay, so these are the set of rules we have already developed in our university, and that is quite helpful for the students. I would love to know later maybe what is the understanding at the MIT University about the generative AI and their guidance and so, because together we can take these as a blessings, definitely, and tackle the challenges. Now, I'm just going to take 2 more minutes. I can see almost 30 minutes is gone for me. Here are more examples are here. So there might be some academic colleagues here and research focused as well for them, the academic colleagues. Let's say there is a scenario under time pressure and academic use for the quiz, that is the most dominating word in the input if we can recall properly. And we found some wrong answers there, okay, in the quiz, and the quiz later turns out to contain errors and questions unrelated to the session content. Now, what is the associated risk there? Definitely we could have gone for a discussion with that, but I'm just wrapping up with some of the points, like unreliable outputs, because as we know, it can generate unreliable output, over reliance on AI, and reputational damage as well. Because let's say a student came to know that I have gave them some quiz question and which are not correct. So definitely it's gonna impact on my image as well, isn't it? So we need to be a little bit careful. Another example from a research focused colleague, let's say a researcher use the Copilot recommendations, upload full research paper in the ChatGPT findings, and later submitted to a paper where there was a clear indication of the source included ChatGPT, and the supervisor and the reviewer initially didn't notice that. Now, what are the associated risks here? Okay, the risks are diverse. It could be financial because it might be related with some funded project. Reputation gonna be at the stake. Unreliable output might be there. Legal issues are there. Definitely, security and privacy concerns are there. And as usual, over reliance of AI is improving. Now, let's summarize. Okay, so briefly, within the short time, we have focused on the generative AI and how we are using it at NTU, how Copilot, which is embedded in our ecosystem, can help us, how ethically we can use that, what are the risks are there, and how we can use it in a responsive way. That we have tried to cover, but definitely this is a journey that we can start, but we can carry on this discussion. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but definitely we would like to be in touch. Now, one more question. If you still can connect with the previous VBox section, can I just request you to go for your final answer? Okay, so yeah, it's we got 64% of us are saying yes, we are going forward. Look forward to use it with very likely and likely. Not sure yet. Yes, we got some dilemma, and it's quite understandable. To help you even better, we have the Accessible Academy, and two courses are there: Generative AI for staff and Generative AI for students. Please feel free to explore, and I believe Nick and David gonna explain it even further in tomorrow. And if you are interested, please feel free to communicate with us. Mufti and David is there. I'm also open to take your questions later. Maybe you can email me, as I can see the time. I have already crossed 4 minutes, and sorry for that. And I would like to just acknowledge a couple of the people. Couple of the organization, British Council, Diverse Asia, and some of our Bangladesh partners as well, who are always helping us to move forward in this line of research. Thank you very much for your time, and I would like to end my discussion and presentation. Thank you very much.
Whilst you're online, a quick question for Arif while we hand over. Anybody got a quick question? No? At least Arif did show you Accessible Academy, and there all the resources we'll take through tomorrow. Everything that's there to support all your students. This is not designed just for students with disability or women students or disadvantaged students. This is designed for everybody. Makes sense in higher education, and it makes sense on the route to jobs as well. Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, David.
Cheers. Thank you. We did have one more talk today, and it's from the UK, but we might be flagging as well. So we're just trying to see if the person's on.
Gussie says she's getting on. So
Yeah,
I think it's getting in. Getting on. Getting on.
Okay, David and Nick, enjoy the nice weather of Jaipur. I can recall my last travel to Jaipur. It was a very nice place, so I'd like to say bye.
Hey, Gareth, cheers. And here's Garcia.
Oh, yeah, Garcia is here. Okay, the floor is yours, maybe. Okay, bye-bye.
Hello, hi, Dr. Ari. Very nice seeing you. Thank
Nice
you
to
very
see you,
much.
Garcia, as
Welcome,
well.
everybody. And good early, well, still morning. This is 10 minutes to 12 in London, or in the UK, I should say, because I'm not in London today. And it's nice and sunny day. I hope, judging by your outfits, I can see you have a nice and warm day as well in where you are. So thank you very much for inviting me to do my presentation. I will start to share my screen. Let me just do that. Share. And I will share. Let me just. Not Safari, Zoom. Entire screen. I'll choose entire screen, so you should be able. Is everybody able to see my screen, please?
We are. Thank you.
Yeah. Great. So I will minimize this window so that's not in the way, and I go to slideshow. Okay, so now I cannot see you. So if there is anything is not working or people need have some questions, so please just tell me. So welcome everybody. My name is Gosia Kwiatkowska. I'm a associate professor in social work and of inclusion. I'm a director of RIX Inclusive Research Institute that is based at the University of East London. This institute has been set up in 2004, so over 20 years ago, to improve the lives of people with learning disabilities through the use of new media technologies. And the name, in case you're sort of wondering what RIX stands for, it's the name of a person, Lord Brian Rix, who was a lifelong campaigner of people for people with learning disabilities, and he was also our first first chancellor of our university, and he was in that role for 17 years. And so he have set up our institute to use the to see how we can explore the use of technologies to really remove barriers for people with disabilities. And so I'm going to start with looking at different models of disability. And excuse me if there's people in the audience who have already are familiar with those, but just to bring the sort of context of different ways of looking and seeing disability. And so there are a range of models there, that people mentioned. There's the medical model, the social model, the biopsychosocial model, the ethical model, the anticipatory model, lots of different models people mention. But I'm going to focus on three of those models. So first one is the medical model. So it's that traditional model where disability is described in medical terms, where people think about medication and changes that we can do to people. So how can we have prosthetic legs or medication or some treatments? So there is some. It's the medical model sees the person as a difficulty, as the problem is within the person, and we need to treat or fix it. So we need to fix the impairment. So that's the sort of traditional model of disability. Then in the 80s, we had a group of self-advocates with physical disabilities that started looking at social models, so started highlighting that the barriers that exist within society are those barriers who really disable people. So it shifted the focus from the person, as something is wrong with the person, to something that is wrong with the environment. So we need to change the environment in order to remove the barriers for people. So with that movement, we had universal design ideas. So in 1963, forgot the name, apologies, it just escaped my name, but the architects sort of started looking at ways of creating principles for design that would minimize the barriers for people, specifically people with disabilities, specifically sort of wheelchair users, visually impaired, so those sort of disabilities that are visible. And so they started looking and thinking about how can we design environment, in particular to the edges, where there is minimal effort, minimal difficulties for those with disabilities. And the idea was that if you design environments for those people who have disabilities, so you design to the edges, so the most whoever has the most barriers, let's design for those, and then we remove barriers for everybody else. So example of those universal design are, for example, sliding doors when you're going in and out of shops or to the airports or in public spaces, and you can see how those sliding doors help person who is a wheelchair user, for example, but also it helps anybody else who is going with shopping, people traveling on holidays with their suitcases, people with pushchair and with prams. So it removes barriers for many other people. So these are all examples of the universal design. And the social model is sort of working on this. And they are not just those theoretical models, but they really help or shape what data we collect, whose voices we record, and what we get things optimized. How do we optimize our design to what edges, to what characteristics? And I wanted to say, as we're talking about education, that a lot of environment and systems have been designed with that medical model. And the reason I wanted to now move on to some of the interesting statistics that show us that over 1 billion people live with some form of disability. And that's 1 billion people in the world, across the world. So we're not looking at a specific country, we're looking at the world. So it's over 1 million people that have different disabilities. And so when we're designing our education systems and spaces and environments, we need to think about, how can we design to include those 1 billion people. UNESCO reports that 1 in 3 children with disabilities in developing countries are out of schools. The references for these statistics are all in the reference page. So it's quite, it's quite shocking that 2 out of 3 children with disabilities in developing countries will be out of schools. Employment globally, you have another difficulties there. You can see that over 44% of people with disabilities are employed as compared to 75% of general population without disabilities. And that's statistics from 2020. So you can see again, the employment rate globally for people with disabilities much lower than the average population. And also we can see that in digital divide, that the World Bank estimates that only 15% of people with disability have access to the internet in low-income countries. And we know how important the internet is in today's world. It helps you to access services, to access information, to apply for jobs. So if you don't have access, then obviously you are already excluded. And I'm sort of, when I look at the statistic, it makes me think that when we see exclusion across education, employment, and access to digital devices, it's not accidental. This exclusion is not accidental. This is something that's been designed into the systems that we have, that we operate, and so when it is not when it is intentional, and so because the systems have been designed in a way where people are excluded across different environment and context, that means that this world is designed for average person or for people that are seen as and I'm quote unquote normal, that fit into the general population from which people with disabilities are excluded. And yet we're talking about inclusion, and the word inclusion is very visible in many policies, in our sustainable goals, the global goal that we have. It's everywhere. But inclusion is really important, and I sort of by demonstrating those numbers on the earlier slide and looking now on this picture and this slide, what I'm sort of thinking that we need to see inclusion as a design intelligence. So when we're creating our lessons, when we're creating our universities, teaching and learning spaces, our information for students, we really need to see inclusion as the design intelligence. So it makes sense to think about the disabilities and those who have the biggest barriers. So when we talk about inclusion, I think it's important to think what inclusion means. How do we define inclusion and what it actually means to different people? So I put the definition here that is from Cambridge Dictionary, and it says that it's the idea that everybody should be able to use the same facilities and take part in the same activities and enjoy the same experiences, including people who have a disability or other disadvantage. I could critique that definition because you might want to have part in the same activities, but those activities might be designed differently. The same facilities, I would say facilities may be designed differently. And some people, even if we design to the edges, might still need some adjustments. I think for inclusion, when I think of inclusion, I like to think about belonging. I like to think that someone, whatever characteristics they have, whether they have disability or neurodivergence or any, form of disadvantage, that they should, and also, that comes culture, class, ethnic background, economic background, and so on. So anybody with any that could be seen as have characteristic that generally would put this person in a disadvantaged position, they should feel that they belong. And so do students with disabilities or diverse women, men or with those different characteristics, do they feel that they belong to our universities, to our classroom? And if they are not able to take part in activities, or they can't navigate our spaces or our learning platforms, or access materials or understand those materials, then I would argue that that really impacts on the sense of belonging. And so, what do we do about this then? And I just want to mention also, because I don't know exactly who is in the room, and I would usually ask people if I was in person what people's background is. But I know from colleagues from Nottingham Trent and the King Fahd University that they are from mathematical and scientific backgrounds. And I know we also talk, and you've had some talks on AI. I'm sorry, I've missed them. But I sort of argue that the systems that existed have been designed on a set of data that was provided by a specific population, and the data that exists and the AI systems are using is really biased with that exclusion, like those numbers that we were looking at. Because if those design, if that exclusion is part of the design of systems and processes, and it shows systematic exclusion across context, then the data that is being used is also, those biases are within that data. So it's so important that we start bringing the voices and the persons with lived experience into the design processes in order to ensure that their unique needs and challenges that they face are addressed and are fed into those bigger systems, so we don't reproduce the same barriers in our new technical systems and advancement of technology. There is already a big gap there. I hope that makes sense. So in terms of the theoretical frameworks, what we're using is, one of them is called person-centered practice. So person-centered sort of working was designed, that comes from psychology, from Carl Rogers, again in the 60s and 80s. He looked at person-centered practice, where he sort of decided to explore how every individual, from the psychological perspectives, have the ways of resolving their own issues and understands their own issues very well. So he designed this person-centered counseling initially, where he gave the individual the unconditional positive regard, and he thought about the resources that people have within themselves. If we accept that everybody has some benefits or some skills, but also some difficulties, and rather than following and focusing on the difficulties, let's look at the positive, at the skills and that people have. And that will help to bring the best out of people. So hence we're using person-centered practice, where we're thinking, okay, so the person needs to be actively engaged and involved, and need to be empowered, need to be listened to, need to be taken seriously, and have the opportunity to share the choices, the skills, the abilities, the barriers that they face. And so if they in control, they need to be actively involved and not stuck there. And we talk about co-production a lot, and that's the idea of co-production, having this person-centered systems, person-centered design. But what happens quite a lot is that people are brought into those discussions but are not given opportunities to really contribute, because they're lacking the self-advocacy skills. And that's why I said they not being stuck there. So for true co-production, we want people to be actively involved. But in order to be actively involved, you need to have skills for advocacy, to be able to advocate, to speak up in groups and in meetings. And there was a research done by David Test that have argued that, together with his colleagues from North Carolina University, back in 2004, they looked at advocacy skills across sort of various populations, but specifically people with learning difficulties. And what they discovered is that self-advocacy skills do not come naturally. They need to be learned and taught. And they have developed framework for self-advocacy, and that framework has these 4 points. So it's knowledge of self, knowledge of rights, communication, and leadership. So knowledge of self covers all the different information about the person, what is important to you, how best to support you, how you learn best, what is in your, what you'd like to achieve, who you would like to be, and so on. So all the different information about the self. The next bit is knowledge of rights. So knowledge of rights like right to education, right to employment, right to communication, right to independence, right to having a voice, right to voting, and all these different human rights that we all have. If you're not aware that you have rights, then you're not able to sort of speak up and fight for your rights. So the next bit is communication. So in order, once you have your knowledge of self and knowledge of rights, you then need to have opportunities to communicate your knowledge of self and knowledge of rights. So it's not just having opportunities to communicate, but also having the means to communicate. So when we're talking about someone who has more complex needs, that maybe is nonverbal, and or who is visually impaired or blind, or have other disabilities, where communication, the sort of two-way communication might be difficult, we need to see what people need in order to be able to communicate the knowledge of self on rights. So they might need access to some devices, for example. They might be present in different meetings, in different teams, in different design. And so they need to have those opportunities. They need to be invited to and have opportunities to practice that role of advocating, which then takes us to the final step of self-advocacy framework, which is the leadership. That's where people are speaking not only on their own behalf, but also on behalf of other people. Then the one I skipped here was multimedia self-advocacy, and that's the approach that we have developed at the RIC Center. We started looking at that since we sort of set it up in 2004. And I've put the reference to one paper that I was referencing, describing what the self-advocacy means, and that paper from TEST is also quoted in my paper there. But multimedia self-advocacy is a specific form of self-advocacy for people who are non-verbal, and they can use multimedia, so they can use pictures, videos, art, and different ways of communicating. And we developed a platform called RICS Wiki and RICS Multimedia Toolkit, where people who are even non-verbal and have learning difficulties, they can also develop the self-advocacy skills using multimedia. And then the final framework that we are sort of using within our work is the Universal Design for Learning principles. So those principles have been developed by CAST, which is Center for Assistive Specialist Technologies, that is set up in North Carolina as well. And they have developed a framework for making teaching and learning inclusive, and in order to create accessible opportunities for students with various needs, we need to provide multiple means of engagement, multiple means of representation, and multiple means of action and expressions. And I think you had the presentation, or will have a presentation on one of those 2 days, where the full sort of examples how to apply universal design for learning will be explored. So why inclusion needs personalization? So we talk about inclusion, and it's about belonging. You sort of know about user-centered design within your industries. That's people-centered. So why do we need sort of personalization? Sometimes what happens that people will bring in one person with a disability and create one persona, and they say, oh yeah, we covered people with disabilities. But actually, not two people with, for example, who are visually impaired are the same. So there might be some people who are visually impaired who read Braille. But not many people actually who are visually impaired read Braille. There might be some people who are able to navigate the environment and go to the classrooms and to classes using the stick so wayfinding using the stick. Other people might be using guide dogs, and each of those individuals will have a different set of needs and would sort of perceive the environment and access the learning materials differently. So that's one. So one size does not fit all. And accessibility, is not just about access; it's about being able to to be exploring and not only accessing but interacting with the materials and with the space within the spaces and feel that they belong there. Inclusion, is about participation and the feeling of belonging. But personalization is is that responsible design, not charity. So from quite often what we see in the UK and in other countries as well. I'm doing a research project in Uzbekistan, for example, together with Pedagogical University in Tashkent, National Pedagogical University in Tashkent, and we did a bit of research looking at accessibilities of both our institutions. And what we find, and we interviewed people with lived experience, students, but we also interviewed teachers and staff members across both institutions. And what we find that quite a lot of people sort of see, yes, we need to make our teaching, our spaces more accessible, and to help those poor students. And it's sort of coming from that charity model, or we're doing something good for these poor people. And so with the personalization, we want to change that approach. We want to see, well, actually, no, everybody is different people have different barriers. Let's not not try to see people as someone who is this disabled individual. Let's see that we create environment and teaching and learning where we anticipate the difference. And if we start looking at design with the anticipatory approach, we start thinking, okay, there are those different individuals. They need the environments to be designed differently. We designed environments for all teaching and learning for a very limited and narrow population. How can we make our design much more wider, and not so seeing people with disability as our people with knowledge and experience who can meaningfully contribute to our design. And that changes, it changes the disability suddenly becomes this skill, this ability, that strength that these individuals have, the lived experience, give them that strength that no design team would have unless you have people with that lived experience. So it changes the charity model into someone that is more anticipatory, but also emancipatory for people with lived experience. So it's a responsible design. And that follows with the human-centered logic that we design well when we understand who we're designing for, what matters to that person, what enables that participation. And so co-production can give us that insight. So, as RICS, we are very keen in co-production. We have inclusive research team where we have people with lots of different neurodivergence types, and people who rely on wheelchairs, people who are visually impaired or blind, and also people who have learning difficulties, which will be some sort of impairment to the cognition, for example. And so co-documentation, so co-production is important. So when we start co-production, as I've mentioned earlier, there's people who have all different kinds of needs. We can't rely on just one persona. And by the way, persona is and I believe David already talked, or Professor Brown, I should say, already talked about personas and persona design. I just wanted to reinforce that persona is built not on one person, but the characteristics for a wider population that represent that persona. And they are made to look like one real person, to get designers to engage with the design process and with that persona on a more personal, emotional level, and therefore they will design better.
But we want to push that further. So rather than just using personas, how about co-production? How can we engage and involve people and documenting with people, not about them? So not what these people with different needs are like and what we need to do with them, for them or about them, but how can we work with this individual? So it's about working together, and it's before designing. We get together and we ask people, how they access, what is the experience, how they access our training materials, how they understand what the barriers are, and really ask and collect all this information. But also during the design, we adapt, our existing teaching and learning materials and spaces and systems and processes and policies. So it's actually, it's strategically, it needs to be wider than just the learning materials. So how can we co-design during, and how can we adapt the existing design to meet those different needs? And after designing, we then refine. So it's iterative approach, which I'm sure people are familiar with. But here, what we're saying, do this together with the person, do this together with the students with these additional needs, because they will be able to tell you what's working, what's not working, and together in this iterative approach, you will get it right. So don't just design something and think, oh, I have the class today and I have a visually impaired student, therefore I need to put my subtitles on. Actually, I can put my subtitles on every time, because I will not only support that person maybe who is hard of hearing, but I will support people who are neurodivergent, who may not quite understand, or speakers of other languages who may not quite understand my accent, for example, and that subtitles will help those individuals too. So in a true person-centered, universally designed way, put those adaptations for everybody. So you anticipate that in the classroom, I might have someone with those needs, and therefore I put them in from the beginning. So the next sort of tool that we use is the one-page profile. We use that with our students and our staff, actually. We try to see how we can make sort of person-centered co-production and the inclusivity of employment and teaching and learning, something that we deal on a daily basis. So every person who will come, you can add each student to create one-page profiles. What are the strengths? What are the communication preferences? What are the support needs? How they like to be supported? What are the aspirations and goals? So they are not just a label that just start designing, help you to think, oh, I have these students in my classroom and they have those characteristics. And that could be a really nice way of, as the first session that you have of the term, to find out about students, or even before they start, to find out, and then think about how, what sort of barriers they might experience and how you can remove those barriers together. So when you're designing your teaching, your classes. And this is another person-centered tool. So one-page profiles are sort of developed by Helen Sanderson and Inclusion North in America in the 17th. And so co-documentation in action, so designing with people, not for people. So learners need to co-create with us. We need to find out from them what helps them, what hinders the access to, to teaching and learning, what needs to change, what progress would look like, what belonging feels like. And so you all have shared ownership and shared dignity. When you start doing that, you're sort of changing not only your own teaching and learning, you're changing the environment within the classroom, and everybody feels that they are included, that they listen to, that they are understood, and that people and students learn from each other as well and learn about the difference that we all have. And you might discover that there is more people with additional needs that maybe you have anticipated, at first. And so this works because it turns needs into design input. So from the beginning, from the inception, replaces assumptions with insights. So rather than relying on the assumptions that we already have in our heads, and different people will have different sort of assumptions and understanding, and those assumptions and understanding will be flavored by our own unconscious biases and cultural beliefs and religious beliefs, which might, have sort of negative impact on our students. So that's just gives you the lived experience. And so aligning universal design for learning and user-centered design and the lived experience really helps to improve participation and belonging and better outcomes for everybody. So inclusion is a method, not an opinion, and benefits in product design and engineering. With persona and profiles, we can run early accessibility test. We can reduce redesign iterations, because if you design to the edges from the beginning, it makes economic sense, it makes business sense. You will not need to go and retrospectively fit in some changes every time someone comes in. Design to the edges from the beginning, and that will improve usability, for longer period of time for wider population. And yes, have human responsive tools, strengthen teaching decisions, and so inclusion in higher education, improves also quality of our higher education design. So persona is the human context, profile is the human blueprint, co-production is the shared direction, inclusion is the design system. It's a small shift, but it made big dignity impact for all these different people. And then I wanted to end up with a little video. Oh, that is here. That sort of shows you how we work with people. We employ people in our teams. We have all the different projects that involve people with disabilities as our partners, as co-researchers, and we start this process with the hackathon usually. So we have inclusive hackathons every year where we invite community of practice and a variety of people with a range of different disabilities to come together to look at the different topics and the barriers that exist, and try to identify what those barriers are for all these different groups and what a good solution could be. So I'm going to finish with that 3 minutes or 4 minutes video, and hopefully you'll be able to hear. Please let me know. Are you able to hear?
It's been revolutionary. I've been telling other people I've never seen so many other people with physical disabilities in one places. And not only that, those that are being respected and listened to on equal footing with those with able bodies.
Coming in, I didn't know what to expect. I've never been to a hackathon. I've honestly never heard of what that was. But I've really enjoyed it so far. I found it super collaborative and super inclusive.
Being able to listen to diverse perspectives and voices from people of different walks of life, especially within the disabled and neurodivergent communities. We invited over 100 people, all from different walks of life.
We've had people from different countries flying in just to be part of the event today. We've had people from different walks of life as well and different experiences. And that's what makes this event so special, because you get that difference in the solutions that the teams come up with.
What I did notice from the get-go this year is that it's huge, it's expanded. There was bums in seats, every single seat was taken.
Such an amazing opportunity, certainly from our perspective, for our students to come and meet local communities.
Today has really been eye-opening. It's something I've never experienced before. To see everybody coming together for one cause and for a reason is really, really refreshing.
We learn every time we do an inclusive hackathon how to make it more inclusive, sort of a multi-sensory use of tools in order to solve problems.
We have a saying that we say back at our office, nothing for us without us. And today really revolutionized that thought.
It allows people with disabilities to be heard, not as a token, but as a vessel for actual change.
A lot of it is about listening to what other people are saying rather than thinking about what you need to say.
have a graphics facilitator. This means that we're capturing all of the ideas that have been generated at the hackathon. We then have that for the whole year on the wall in the office that reminds us of what the challenges were that we identified, but also informs our areas of research going forward.
We're looking at health as a particular theme for today.
And we've linked it in with the university's Year of Health.
People with learning disabilities don't get that chance to have that say on what goes on in our bodies and what people should be doing with exercise. But I can see it clearer now.
Healthy living is such an important thing to get right because it's the foundation of what all of our lives are built on.
So having this really inclusive environment to hear the voice of people with lived experiences is imperative to be able to kind of progress towards a more inclusive, accepting society.
And that's what they're all doing out there. They're making slow changes so that we can work towards a better future.
You have to be able to look and dream and think how things could be. And that's happening here right today at a grassroots level. I think it's fantastic.
This really gives me a new perspective and gives me more hope for the world.
And I think it's so valuable for us to be able to share ideas together. You know, we really are trying to encourage and explore and change the way research and design works.
The problem is not with the person. The problem is with the environment, with the attitude, and what we choose is important.
I'm going to escape and I stop that. Next slide is just the references. I'm going to stop. And any questions?
Thank you, Gosia. Thank you very much. First of all, round of applause. Any questions, quick questions for Gosia, recognising it's been a very long day. Any questions on her work at RICS? Gosia usually comes with us, wasn't available to come this time, but another journey she'll be with us. Any quick questions? So, Gosia's talked about some more tools which you can use. Gosia has produced her own course on Accessible Academy. Tomorrow will be very practical. We'll start with Nick. You'll all become members of Accessible Academy. So please bring your machines with you. You'll all become members. We'll sign you up. There'll be an exercise to do. And this is not just for the sake of it. It will show you where all the tools are to support the students you will do in the future and help you, hopefully, give you practical tools, free tools, to design for people with different types of challenges, such as hearing impairment, visual impairment, dyslexia, autism, those with mental health challenges, and show you exactly how it's wired up. Give all the resources for you to support them, onboarding, to produce digital learning materials for them, which are accessible, and to help them move on to employment. So hopefully tomorrow you'll have takeaways and understand there's a world of assistive technology out there which is already free for you to use. So thank you, Gosia, very much for your time today. Thank you to today as well, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day and your workshop tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.